Good morning all. My name is John Samail Eita from Turkana County Government, Department of Life Production. I will be presenting.
Good morning. I'm Akaja Deva from Kenyatta University.
Is there anyone else that I've left out who was not here yesterday? Okay, yeah, so we can proceed. I don't know if we have the youth who are already here. Those who are part of, yeah, I think we can, sorry, the two of you. Okay, then we can have, we'll give you, how many minutes, 5? Yeah, just go ahead and talk about what you are doing. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Simon Mangani from Embu County. We are VBAs, we are two of us. Our VBA is technically a village who are collaborating with AGRA. So if we are not in any payroll, we are actually volunteers, and we are those youths, and we are youths who are identified in our society through the one agricultural officer's office, those farmers that are doing starting through collaboration with Farm Africa. The Farm Africa team went to the office, which is in touch with farmers around. So with that team, we are told these are the people that are very active on the ground, so you can collaborate with them. So our job is to liaise with farmers. We collaborate with farmers to advise farmers. We help them link with markets, giving them extension services. And unfortunately, most of us as BBAs, we are not trained extensionists. But it's something because we are those people that are willing with other stakeholders in agriculture. We are in contact with guys from CARO. We have guys from the agricultural office, that is at county level. So that is where we get our skills and disseminate these skills to our farmers. Now that we agree, all of us, that farmers to extensionist ratio is too high, so we are come as a bridge between the farmers and the extension services. Okay, at personal level, as we engage these farmers, and as I said that we are not paid, we are voluntary. At personal level, because we have to sustain our lives, and we have a life to live, we have to do something that will earn us a living. So personally, in agroforestry, whereby in Farm Africa, through their business models, there is agroforestry as one of the regenerative agriculture practices. That is my main area of focus. And because as a youth I have no big land to plant trees, then I've come in handy to provide seedlings for these farmers. And farmers. Because with seedlings, it means we are dealing with all farmers within that locality. So I have all the chances to enter what you are doing in your farm. So it gives me a touch with that farmer. And I can attest that in agroforestry, as one of the practices in regenerative agriculture, I was doing some analysis of the seedlings that I have sold so far, and others we have donated because we also do some CSR. I've realized that within a period of 1 year, and so far I've produced over 200,000 seedlings, and I've been able seedlings because I realized fruit trees are more sustainable than these other are more sustainable in this sense. Once you plant maybe an avocado today, 2 years later you start harvesting, and it's something that is giving you income each and every day. So there is no way that farmer will ever cut each and every time. So I was doing some little analysis from the number of seedlings that I've been able to supply, and I realized I've done for avocado, I'll do just one variety. I've done avocado, I've already sold over 21,000 seedlings. With a spacing of around 120 seedlings per acre, that will translate to around 60 acres of avocado which have been planted through a single supply. So if I analyze the total number of seedlings that I have, the amount that I've already supplied, it will go to over 100,000. So I realized I have impacted to over 340 acres of land, which is under cultivation now. That is true, and it is under fruit plants, fruit trees. So when you analyze the amount of income that those farmers are getting, that will start getting maybe because grape and seedling will start producing maybe in 2 years' time. If you combine 2 years, 3 up to the 5th year, you realize that you have reduced millions of shillings in the economy through these farmers. So I believe it's something that is sustainable for our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon.
And a CGA. The model is for the CGA. The VBA is through involving of actors and partners who come on board, who put us into task as when we talk about doing things professionally. So they give us trainings in different areas where it touches on the farmers. So basically a VPA aggregates and services the farmers' demands. It means a VPA is the person who is on the ground. Watu wanasema siku hizi tusikize ground. Let's not just talk too much. The offices, in the other places, we have to go to the ground and meet the farmers and see what it was 2020. By that time, we had to enroll 100 farmers under you. But now, as the time goes on, till now, we have VBS who are ranging from 500 to 800 farmers per one, and others even 1,000. So, me, I'm ranging from 400 farmers, heading somewhere, 800, somewhere there. All those farmers, I have to address their issues. And here is where we need forums like these ones. Because we need to have people of concern in agriculture. So, I hear everyone here because we are all towards one goal, that is offering services to the farmers. And we need to upgrade that. How are we going to do it? Maybe today we are going to come up with something tangible, something conscious, which can really add value to whatever we are doing towards serving the farmers. We are volunteers. We don't get paid, but it is. As we go and do training, aggregate their demands. What are their needs? Then we see if I go to train a farmer on certified seeds. Maybe Carlo is there and whatever the other stakeholders are there. We train them on the certified feed. Then they ask us, where do we get them? We don't offer them now. We need to offer the services. So I link with the people of concern or the people who offer the services, like let's say the medical companies. With them, I have farmers here. They need this. So I aggregate what they need. I link with the supplier. The farmers want. Then I had some interest. I had some commission out of that. So in this way, that's how we sustain ourselves. Now the big challenge. It may be a challenge, but no, I think it is not. It's not a challenge now. Yesterday we are talking about being professional. How is the quality of the services the farmers are getting from the digital platforms and other people, other station officers. And somebody says the farmers are so smart. Don't just think you're going to train the farmers and think they don't know what you are training them. Some are very smarter even than you. So you have to be so much equipped. And so that you may not fail, what we normally do, if you are training farmers on something like and actually there are some questions you cannot tackle. You even don't tell them you cannot tackle their problems because you are there to solve their problems. It is up to you to link with the people you have been linked with through the CGA. Then they'll give you the right advice. So we really give the farmers the right thing they need. And I would say we are doing great in Makueni. And we are looking forward to meeting more farmers. Basically, CGA has been training on regional agriculture, and we have been doing so good in terms of climate smart agriculture. In terms of actually, we are taking climate because the regenerative agriculture focuses on practices which ought to be practiced by the farmers so that they can thrive in whatever they are doing, and we are seeing positive feedback. We are seeing farmers going to another step. And actually, the best way to help farmers is actually make the farmers understand what you are talking about. Because if you don't do so, you can talk a lot, but you're not giving them anything. We normally do demo plots. Whenever we train them, we make sure we have demos of what we have trained them. So we have every farmer having a baby demo. Every farmer, we give him a seedlings, goes and plants. Then you go through the practices, you train them, if it's regenerative agriculture, all the practices. The farmer now learns from the baby demo. And through the baby demos, they will learn and see, I was farming this way, this baby demo, the productivity is different from this one. Why? Because I've practiced this and this and this. Then they go to the mother demos. A mother demo is a bigger one now. A baby demo is there at the farm level, every farmer. Then we go out there, you find within the village, you find a place, maybe a model farmer, you put a mother demo there. Then the other farmers like groups, the practices of RA. So by so doing, I see we are heading somewhere, and it's time to collaborate. It's a time we have talked about here yesterday. Coalition. We are walking the same path. Yeah. If we are not walking, we are not gonna go far because we have to bring on board. We talk about policies. We have to bring about something called market. We go to talk about it. We are talking about regulations. You know, these ones are touching the agriculture sector. So, who is doing what? Different people are doing different things, but we are heading somewhere to the farmer, helping the farmer, and helping ourselves. Because here, a bigger percentage here, they are farmers. So I would say that we have to work together, and we have to overcome the challenges. the way we overcome the challenges is where we bring our bright minds together and see how we're going to do it. Maybe I'm not going to talk so much. I think another forum will be, I request in the near future, VPS will be given a chance, because we have a lot, really a lot to talk. I really need a lot of questions from you, because there's a lot you don't know what is being done by the VPS. It has reached a point whereby we are not VPS anymore. We were VPS, village-based advisor. So we said, no, village, yes, we have done this village for some time, but now we are farmer service centers. So we have grown from the village, then we are going outside the world. So with all those remarks and those what I've really analyzed and talked about, I think I have to pen off and say thank you once more. Looking forward to being given more time, because there's a lot to address about VPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Katiso. Have the other youth arrived? Okay, looks like they're out. But we've heard from the two who are here, that is Simon and Katiso. Yes, so we have these models where the youth and other community-based service providers are being sort of developed and capacity built to provide services to farmers. We have the CGA, FTMA, WFP, Farmer Service, it's called FSC. Yeah. They have their model. We have other models out there. There's one that used to be, the then Syngenta Foundation used to have their own. All these are modeled around service provision within the community. There are challenges, there are positives from this. The positives is that farmers have access to services. It could be advisory services, input access, and so on and so forth. Closer to them. There is also the issue yesterday, remember we talked about the extension farmer ratio, which is very big. The current extension services that we expect from government as a public good is not good enough anymore. You heard from government itself saying that, well, it's not me. Yeah, they owned up themselves, so there's a challenge there. So different actors, different organizations are looking at how they can be able to fill that gap. And the VDM model is one of the ways that that is being done to be able to cover that, but it comes with challenges. It's also providing jobs for the youth, because the youth who are in the village, maybe practicing a little of farming, they can be able to couple that with other services and provide this to farmers and earn a living out of that, which is a good thing. But then, when we look at the capacity and the quality of services that are being provided to farmers, there is a problem there, because some of these service providers, VPAs, are not trained agricultural professionals. So what are they telling farmers? Is it the correct message they are giving to farmers? Is it correct advice? Sometimes it's a problem. I have experience from some of the VPS, because I've worked with all those models in the past. I've seen a farmer in Sierra losing a whole 10 acres of decided that a herbicide that is selective for maize can also be selective for sorghum, and went and sprayed the farmer's crop, a whole 10 acres of sorghum down the drain. The farmer had to replant. The VPO was nowhere to be seen. Challenges that come with these models. So how do we leverage on the positives and build the capacities of these VBS because they are playing a critical role. So if you have any questions, comments that can help these youth, please, anybody with a question, comment? We'll take about 2 or 3 comments and then we'll move on. Yes, Suresh?
Thanks, President. I think you raised a critical issue, and maybe Mabuka or Kojo can add. So for us to ensure that first, like CGA or from Africa, sign an MOU with the county governments, clear the role of each partner, and then of course they're selected by the communities, but they have to work within the county system. So our agricultural officer, WOW, works with around 10 to 15 VBAs. They are placed under the VBA, so under the WOW. So it's not just like they'll do their own things and all that. So on a monthly basis, they sit, they do the planning. Reports have to go back to the county governments. And out of that memorandum of understanding is that no information can come out without sign-off by the county government. So that information first comes from CalRO or any other partner who has generated that data for some time. It's verified, the materials are developed, and then a sign-off by the county information. Because cases, what Francis has pointed out, are very common if you're not careful. So that's why we make sure at least within that scenario. So just, those are some of the things I think as we go ahead, we might be thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I came in when you were just speaking, and as you have raised the issue of building the capacity and strengthening the capacity of the VBS is actually very critical. For now, that's what we think, because they are the people that are available. When they are capacitated, they'll work with the extensionists to ensure we reduce the ratio that has been there. And currently, with support from AGRA, APAS is digitizing the content. So building the capacity, the entrepreneurial capacity of the VBS and other service providers in the communities, the ones you have mentioned. And we will be very happy also just to work closely with them to ensure that we are using them and strengthening their capacity so that they can also be helped service as expected. Because when we look at the extension officers at the current moment, just as really adequate, but we have the young people who are available, who are innovative, who are dynamic, and are able to deliver. Therefore, it will be just interesting the capacity of the VBS and the other farmer, the occurrence that happened to that farmer who lost his fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming, 2 more comments. Sue?
Yeah, I might put a spanner in the works, but some food for thought. Yesterday we spoke about the dangers of agripreneurs being out there facing farmers with an intention of selling something as part of their business model, and with lack of perhaps holistic education around and no liability or accountability for what might happen. And this is what we're speaking about now. What are the fallouts that can happen to the farmer who takes accountability? Even with the VBA system now, I think that we spoke about the responsibility that a doctor takes for his patient. A doctor generally is not going to be somebody who has their own pharmacy. A lawyer is not going to be the judge of the outcomes of their own cases. And there are reasons for that. There are reasons that the provider of information or provider of a certain sector is separate from that create bias or conflict of interest. Okay? So with the VBAs, I like the story of the selling of trees and things like that, but we do know that the agripreneurs are likely also going to be used as marketing arms for input providers. And that worries me, especially when they don't know, yet they're expected to take responsibility for any fallout. I think that a way forward could be that there is a very clear education pathway for the VBAs. It can't be fun being out there in the field, dealing with farmers who can't answer, so you maybe make stuff up on the spot, or maybe you reach out and ask for support for that. Very clear education pathway for these VBAs that starts with certification and accreditation across the various different areas and subject areas within agriculture, including everything from the conventional pathways to the regen to the permaculture, etc., etc. Otherwise, they will also be accused of saying one thing in the field and saying the next thing another day, maybe. And I think that they should be measured against that. Today, if we had a test to find out what they knew and what they're doing out there, would they pass? And if they didn't pass, whose fault would it be? And what would passing look like? Is it metrics of sale? Are we counting numbers of farmers that they're dealing with? Or do we count the success at the end of farmers, not only their yields, but the improvement in their productivity in terms of their soils and nutrition? So I think we need to look at it very, very holistically so that we do engage the youth, but we empower them to be really knowledgeable in the space that we're expecting them to work with farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take two more comments and then we'll close at that.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Barbara, and we're implementing the project for scaling up renewable energy technologies for the agri-food value chain. And we are facing a few problems. For instance, the VBAs that are being mentioned, when you talk to the extension, they are not aware of this model. So I'm kindly requesting Mr. Mwangi, if you could bridge the gap between what is being said here. Maybe you could take this to the counties. You go around the counties, making them know about this good model. Because, for instance, in our project, we try to get community resource people in the villages so that they can help us reach the farmers and the basic. So we capacity build the community resource persons, and then they're the ones who will be able to work as the extensionists in the field, because of course the agricultural officers in the wards are not enough to cater to all the farmers. And also, there is also the issue of maybe, for instance, the agripreneur. I foresee the issue of the youths. Maybe there could be an issue if we identify one youth to be doing the extension. What happens when there is a changeover? Maybe we have capacity built this youth and they have maybe shifted, they've got a job somewhere else. How do we also look into that? And also, we are having, in our project, we are having youth technicians trained at Kabete on renewable energy technologies. And how do we bridge the gap between renewable energy technologies and the agri-food value chain system, so that it seems like there's such a big gap between renewable energy technologies and agri-food system. How can we incorporate that into the agri-food system so that it can be seen as one, and not that it is just solar and others is here and then agriculture is here. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to make a small comment. My name is George Mabuka, working for CGA. We work with a number of VBAs, and we have learned different lessons those who are able to offer, services to their clientele very well, to the farmers. So some are different diversified enterprises and stuff like and so forth and so forth. So and ACRA recently actually trained one VPS in contact with Kenya University. They were trained for in different areas. So it is something that is work in progress to ensure that the VPS are offering different services. And as it was said, these VPS work under jobs. So they are handheld by these work under jobs as different, we are different groups have different managing actors and also the other extensions. So if those who don't who have a problem and they know they cannot handle it, they hand it over to make an expert in that area so that he's able to offer the actual solution to the problem. So the duties are coming for job now, so I'm getting demand and offering those indices to different services that may not have digital accounts.
Thank you. So we'll have a quick moment, seconds, and then Patrick will. Yes, sir.
Raymond Kobe is my name. I work for Philips Africa. And I agree largely with the comments that I've had from her. I think it's way overdue. Something really needed. But then I also wanted to agree with Barbara in terms of VBA recognition. We have different experiences in the counties that we work with, whereby you get, but then you go to other counties, I think they don't recognize it. So how do we, and in this forum we're all agreeing that it's part and parcel of reducing the farm extension ratio. So maybe my request would be, how do we make this like VBA model to be recognized nationally in a way that even counties embrace it? Now the other bit we've also experienced is that the recognition also changes with the regimes. There are counties where in one regime they will really recognize VBS, they will appreciate the efforts they bring, but then when there's a regime change, after every 5 years of an election, another regime comes and they don't recognize VBS at all. So how do we address that? And then lastly, I'm glad that we had the national government yesterday. How do we address also the issue of duplication? So we have VBS who have been supporting farmers over time, and then a national program like NAV-CDP comes in, and then they come in with an agripreneur model, which quite often when you look at what the model is about to achieve, it's almost the same thing that the VBS are doing. And the selection of agripreneurs slightly differ, but they are just the same things VBS do. So how do we also enshrine this within the national government, that the recognition that requires the services similar to a VBA type, then we are not doing duplications.
Peter?
Okay, thank you very much. There are quite a number of good comments. I have actually not have all the answers, but I want first to respond to Barbara on the issue of what we are doing to be able to bring this able to have them as a community and to be able to sensitize. And I think I also bring that one together with what Kennedy has said. One of the key things, and yesterday we were told where we can be able to download the cassette. And what the cassette has done, it has identified all these approaches. So we have the approaches and the methodologies for extension, whereby even the VBAs have been recognized, because remember at the national level, they have the function of drawing the policies looking at the issues of capacity building and ensuring standards. But at the county level is where the rubber meets the road. So we need to really recognize all these approaches and use them appropriately at the county level. So within the framework, the government has given a direction, and that is why with AGRA, we are trying to roll out or cascade the cassette to the county government so that it can be embraced. Of course, we have given the framework of how we can, the approach to, or guidelines to extension approach to the counties, and now we have the cassette, which we want to be possibly domesticated at the local level. Once they do that, then it will be very easy for us approaches. Then the other issue is the database of all these extension service providers. Like in case of Barbara and your team, if you have been able to train them, it would be good, of course, taking care of the data protection information for us to be able to have a database of such service providers, because we are still working to be able to ensure that the extension service providers are registered and they are accredited, and also the issue of continuous capacity building, and more so the issue of digitalization. But there are quite a number of issues, the gaps we need to address, but that's what I can be able to say for now. I don't know whether Grace should also want to ask. But you can see there is a lot of work we need to do, all of us.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And thank you for all the comments. Yeah, so we all, I think, agree that VBS play a critical role, but then there is room for improvement, just to make them more professional and also to serve the farmers better in terms of the farmers' needs and the quality of services that they are providing. We will have a presentation from Dr. Lilian Lihasi. We're just trying to set up the presentation, then we will be good to go. So she will take 15 minutes, and then we move on from there.
How are you? Yes, maybe less will be better. And once in a while I can be as brief as my height. So I'll try to be as brief as possible today. Mercy, are you ready already? But actually the discussions we are having now are so relevant based on the theme of this conference or workshop. And these are the critical things we were discussing yesterday about moving from silos to systems. And as you remember in my presentation, I said when we talk about agriculture innovation systems, it's not about, when many times when you talk about innovation, we're thinking about the technology that has been developed, the seed, the variety. But when we are thinking about the innovation system, we should be thinking about the interactions between the people. So who are the people? It is us, the private sector, the public sector, the research institution. We are also talking about these VBS, the young people, who are so relevant to agriculture extension and advisory service in the now. So it is the interaction between these people. It is the interaction between institutions. Because as we are here, we are people, but we are also representing different organizations, different institutions where we belong. So when we talk about these systems thinking, when we are talking about moving from silos, it's interactions amongst us. We went ahead talking about interaction with policy and interaction with market. So we are at the right place in Kenya, and as I said, with KEFAS being the convener, we are going to move to the next level as long as we are willing to come into this system, to be part and parcel of the system, to interact. We will talk about interaction amongst all of us. And as we say, it is through this interaction that learning takes place. It's through this interaction that new approaches new ways of doing things come about. And that's why we are talking about innovation. And that's why it's an agriculture innovation system. So we are at the right place if we take the actions of what we are all discussing and move them to the next step. Last month I just reached out to Peter about giving us the database of the different VBS so that we can incorporate them into the planning of the trainings that we have. We want it to be a continuous training where the VBS can easily go back and get more knowledge, because at times we may not be there as different institutions to continue building the capacity. And therefore, with support from AGRA, we are developing the digital space where we are digitizing, also with CIMIT, who have done a lot of work in India to reach the. And key to that, one of the issues that are coming up is to do the training for the VBS. And now we are registering the different VBS who will be able to so that you are able to build your capacity to be relevant in this season. And therefore, as Peter says, as he continues to work with the different partners to get the data, it will be good for continuous capacity building, because the VBS are very relevant at such a time as this. We want to thank AGRA for the support they have had, and the way they want to enhance the performance of extension and advisory service through different aspects. Peter, can I start the presentation and assume? Or can I? Thank you very much. Yesterday we talked much about the systems thinking, and as we are saying, many years we have looked at extension as an approach of the last link to research, where the researcher develops the researcher develops technology and hands over to the extensionist. So it's upon the extensionist to know how to package it and deliver this technology to the farmer. We are all aware that this linear model has not brought the transformative change that is required in the continent or in Kenya. And therefore, this becomes very relevant when we think about today's topic, which talks about rethinking extension delivery for greater impact. And within that, they say the role of research. I don't know who thought about it, but that's what we are working on today. Within still the theme that we had, moving from silos to systems thinking. Therefore, my outline is as follows. Peter had just highlighted. That's what I'm going to talk briefly. The problem, the extension in silos, that's what we talked yesterday. We just passed by. We'll talk about rethinking extension delivery, the role of research in strengthening extension, because it's quite critical. Then we'll think about from silos to systems, collective action, which is just summary of what we had yesterday, and then we'll see what is our call to action of today. So as we say, extension must evolve. It is very critical. As we have yesterday, we realized that extension as a linear very transformative. And we are saying to achieve sustainable food systems in the facilitator of change. And therefore extension must be a broker. Extension must be a. Over the years, we have sat back and let research take the lead, which is also very good because they have a critical role. But how much better, or how will it be when we are also engaging in the co-creation of knowledge? And as we are talking about co-creation of knowledge, we are also putting the farmer at the center of this. We say the challenge that we've had, extension, is often fragmented. And this is all we're talking about. Each of us are building capacity of VBS in our own ways. It is underfunded, it is disconnected from research and innovation streams, where we sit back and just wait to get the technology to deliver. But from experience, if you are part and parcel of that delivery or the co-creation of knowledge, you are able to put your input, which is more practical or close to reality, And I believe when the technology or the innovation will be greater. We are saying research is very simple because it provides evidence. And we must also allow research to have its role in catalyzing sustainable food systems. So, we have said, and we said yesterday, extension is in silos. It is always treated as a standalone service, but extension cannot continue to be a standalone service. We must have those linkages. We say the research, extension, feedback loops must be strengthened. It should be a co-creation process where we are all engaged with the researcher, with the farmer, with the policy maker, and we also need to understand the market. That's one challenge we have had as extensionists. We are emphasizing on production without realizing that the market is also very critical. So what we are saying, besides all this that has happened, with the limited involvement of the private sector, which all of us can still understand, and as the government said yesterday, they are not as strong as they were. So the private sector becomes very important when we are thinking about the extension service provision. When we think about the private sector, we have the youth who are coming in, the VBS, who are still part of the private sector. How do we incorporate them into the systems that we have had to ensure that we are delivering as expected? As we are saying, research outcomes remain often unscaled because of the way we have worked in silos. Therefore, research must be woven into extension delivery in a dynamic, systemic, and participatory way. Once we do this, then we may get the change that we are expecting. Therefore, when we are thinking about rethinking extension delivery, I have identified 4 things. Next. We must move from teaching to co-creation. Extension as a facilitator of innovation platforms, not just technology transfer. Yesterday I mentioned about the manual that we have developed about developing an extensionist as a facilitator of change. And I think it will be good. We are piloting it in Nigeria, in Madagascar, and in Uganda. And the good thing, as we develop this manual, we start and work with the farmers and some of the extension service providers. But based on the concept that we had, we are now doing the pilot, and it's from the results of the pilot we are learning lessons of the practicality of what has been designed in the manual, and it's helping us improve the manual before it's released. But so far what we can say, the rural advisor service providers have been empowered. They are now more of innovators. They are able to understand what to facilitate, and they are using the same manual to facilitate change, where the farmer will not just sit advice, but the farmer is able to understand what do I need where. And once we get our farmers' capacity has been built to understand their need, to understand what technology they need, and I think that's where we are also thinking about pluralistic systems. And by the rest of us, as we're thinking about moving from silos, pluralistic systems have been there for a long time. But how effective have we been? We talk about pluralistic extension advisory service. I wonder if we think about that as extension service providers. We are talking about demand-driven of digital tools and data, scaling research outputs through ICT. That's what I'm saying we are being supported by AGRA to do at the moment, so that we will not just talk about the extension farmer ratio, but we are talking about how we are able to leverage ICT and other digital tools to enhance the reach of extension advisory service provision. I was was talking to Burkina Faso. They are now talking about over 8,000 farmers per an extension. This makes us to think about how we can look at this and leverage the digital tools. And as I said yesterday, many times we think this is going to put us away, but we say digital tools cannot work without the human face. We are very important when we talk about transitioning to using the digital tools, leveraging digital tools in extension and advisory service. We have talked about the youth and women inclusion. Youth inclusion at the moment, though we have really not incorporated them in. How much more can we think about bringing in more of the youth in extension and advisory service? We have the women. Generally it's saying we are women. I call ourselves the we men. So we are more men. We men. So women, we understand ourselves. When an information gets to women, we find that that information can move like bushfire. Engaging women in extension service, I believe it will also be a way to transfer technology like bushfire. So let's think about how we can try this, and especially noting that women are the real farmers on the ground when we talk about farming. Once they get this technology, it will be easier in those chairmans to sit and say, did you see? Did you hear? And you know, we just start like that, and the fire keeps on rolling. So how do we think about engaging women and youth in extension and advisory service? We know the power of Gen Zs in Kenya. When they decided, they made things move. When we allow youth to decide and engage in extension and advisory service, I am sure the food systems will become more resilient, they'll be more inclusive, and will be more sustainable. Today as I was coming, I was just listening to the radio in the car, and it was talking about Kenya is being now in a food crisis, and we're expecting food imports. It is so sad because it had just come after business news, where Shola was speaking on the radio about the presentation he had yesterday was just being aired. And soon after that, the food crisis issue came in. And I listened and I was so embarrassed. I said, thank God the Uber person doesn't know where I'm going. They would have wondered, these people are talking about sustainable food systems, and yet Kenya is in a crisis. We have a place to bring the change that we need in this country. What is the role of research when we are talking about strengthening extension? Research offers the evidence base that helps us to know what works where, for whom, when, because it also talks about the data, and it also provides the data for innovation. Therefore, research is critical when we are talking about extension and advisory service provision with research. And that's why yesterday when I was talking about AFAS, I say within the forum we have research, because without research, we cannot get the evidence that we need as extension. Research provides the data, it's able to focus, it gives the market intelligence, which many of times as extension, we may not be able to sit down and look at that. And therefore, research becomes very critical when you're talking about decision making, evidence-based decision making concerning extension and advisory service. We must rethink how much more we engage and work together with research when we are thinking about extension and advisory service. We are talking about the innovation pipelines, translating the labs into results in the field. A lot of research is going on in the labs. It is going on at the research stations. How can we use adaptive participatory extension models to ensure that the knowledge that is available is getting to the last mile? This is critical for us as extensionists. As we talk about the role of research in strengthening extension, we also talk about the co-production of knowledge. We say extension is the convener. Extension is the one that will bring all of us together. And therefore we have a critical role to bring the researcher, to bring the policy, to bring the market together, and the farmer being at the center, to co-produce knowledge, and that knowledge that is farmer-centered, farmer-responsive, and it is easily adopted. We are talking about strengthening systems of integration. We are all, as you can see, these systems are all different colors. But because they are strengthened, because they're integrated, they are able to deliver. We are all different colors based on our different organizations. But how much can we integrate to bring the change that Kenya needs at such a time as this? In strengthening the role of research, research strengthening the role of extension also, we talked about the policy influence. We mentioned evidence. Reforms and investment will only come in extension when we have data. Many times we have been told we don't have data in extension. And I think it's because of this that the VBS cannot get knowledge somewhere and information that will make them apply what they already have. We must have research, we must work on research. Therefore, there is need for us to move from silos to systems. This we talked about yesterday, and we are still talking about it. And we'll continue talking about it until this change comes to the attention, to convene these platforms, to bring everyone together to ensure that we deliver. We talked about the importance of it and I mentioned about what we are already doing at the continental level and at the IRIS platform. The partnership agreement has been done. And besides this, we have gone ahead to sign a partnership agreement between these three forums and also with the CGI, so that we are now working as a team to ensure that all that we are doing is aligned within the food systems system. We talk about multi-stakeholder partnerships. As we indicated yesterday, we are all here, we are learning. Over lunch, I saw a lot of connections and networking taking place. Can we leverage on this workshop to bring the change that Africa needs at such a time as this? So what is our call to action? As we are saying, to transform African agriculture, research must walk hand in hand with extension. Not behind it, not ahead of it, but beside it. We are walking hand in hand. As we walked to the aisle during our marriage, and we are still walking hand in hand. I wish that research extension, policy, farmer, we will all walk to the aisle and say, yes, I do. That is my call for action for today. Yes, we can do. And as we are saying, extension must be reimagined. We must be dynamic. We must be evidence-based. And we must ensure we are inclusive when we are talking about the system. Research is not a knowledge source. It's not a source, that's what we are saying. It is a partner. To design, we have to learn together, and we have to ensure we are accountable. So, my call to action, let us dismantle the silos. We have talked about coalition. Once we get to here, we will be sorted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dihasi. Yeah, reimagining extension and advisory services and the role that research plays. We've had some key messages there. I think key takeaways for me is that research, extension, farmer linkage is like the traditional three-legged stool. So without any of those, the stool cannot hold. They need to work together, and I think Lillian has also brought out the critical role of, co-creation, so that research addresses the needs that are real. for farmers, for extensionists, and so on and so forth. And the critical role that research plays in developing innovations that then extensionists will be able to sell to farmers and use to advise farmers, as well as the critical role of providing data and evidence to support the messages, the innovations that we are taking to farmers, that they can be able to work and provide solutions for the challenges that we are facing in the food system. So it is critical for us to rethink how we do research so that it can provide a meaningful support to extension and also to the farming community. Are there any questions, any comments? I'll only allow 3. We can start here. And because the first time we are talking, we can...
Sure. Thank you so much, facilitator. Thank you so much, Lillian. Thank you so much, Koresh, for organizing this. And thank you so much, participants. My name is Abel Kiwe. I know I'm known by about 90% of the people in the room. Mine is not a question. Mine is just a few points yeah, I like the point where extension workers should work together with researchers. The only thing that we... And I'm saying this because I know when I used to work at it was like aircraft bring the research, then Carlo is there to do the presentation. So the thing is, how do we ensure that this then the TURs are defined? You find, like a researcher, you have a TUR to develop these papers and whatever and so forth. And definitely, what he has talked about is true. When we work with the CGA from Africa, let's say, let us demystify a particular extension knowledge product. Like, for example, when you apply fertilizer, color, bottle top, 1, 4, does the extension officer understand? In our deliberate effort, we decided to bring the VBS and then we bring the experiments together, calculations, and they have come to appreciate. Oh, so it is not a blanket application. It's not just a blanket recommendation. It's not that you have to apply for all the fertilizers, because different types of fertilizers, different qualities will mean different application rates. And when they get that, even when they are disseminating this information to the farmers, they are confident. So I just want to amplify that point. And then, just to amplify the point of moving from silos to systems, I want to bring to your attention that AGRA and a number of implementing partners who are here, working, of course, the county governments of Embu, Tarakanede, Makueni, K3, we have engaged a consulting firm known as Skika, and they have, developed digital learning lessons. If you can just write down, while you're here, you can Google Arika farm, and Arika is spelled like this: A-R-Q-A, then farm, F-A-R-M, arikafarm.com. You will see the kind of lessons which are there. And then my plea is, if we can also work together, the digital lessons which are there are on regenerative agriculture. But then because we can see how the lessons are, if we can work together, move from silos, and get into systems and see how then that one can be scaled out and can be beefed up. It's a website, you can log in, a VBA can start taking lessons, you get a certificate, automatic certificate after you complete the modules which are there, and we develop these modules, collaboratively together here. And then recently, I think was it last month, Dr. Slava, we were called by APNI and OCP, and we went to validate an app, which is using AI. It is called Agri AI. Dollar money has been used to develop this app. The app, I use it myself, but then the question is, how many of our VBS, how many of our extension officers out there are aware of this? Where you can just, scan, get to know a disease, bring treatment and so forth. So these apps, when we're aware of these tools, let's speak about them openly. We're in a forum like this, and I'm sure there are people who have known about this for the first time, but let's speak about them elsewhere.
Thank you. Anyone else with a comment? Okay, isn't any. So thank you for your comment. We will move on. A presentation by Dr. Esilaba. Sorry about that. We are getting a bit rusted after the time. Okay, so I'm Martin Esilaba from Harbour originally, but now I'm retired, independent soil scientist, and I've spent quite a bit of my work on research and different extension models, especially in the areas you are talking like now. All the way to the coast, I've run quite a number of experiments over the years. And as Kiwiwa said, I don't talk a lot about what we've done over the years. It's quite big. Now, what I'm presenting here is something called building capacity for training and extension systems in Eastern Africa. It will be a bit broad because it's part of an African AU and AGRA program we had last year for the region. So I'll not focus specifically at the farm level, but at the government and regional level, but it applies to all of you. So in my presentation, I'll do an introduction, then we'll look at the state of African agriculture research capacity, the national agriculture training and extension systems, not in detail because there's a manual or a book I'll show you. If you need the details, you'll get. And the importance of well-performing national agriculture research and extension systems, why they're important. Trends in agriculture research and development funding in East Africa and Africa generally. Then we have the key themes for enhancing capacity for agriculture research, development and extension. Many countries, so when it says East Africa, just think of Kenya. Then priority action research and development in East Africa. Then I'll conclude and give
some recommendations. But I must admit, this source of all my information is from this book, it's not a book, it's a manual, Building 21st Century Agricultural Research and Extension Systems in Africa, that was done by Jane T.S. Jane T.S. is from University of Michigan and works with Tegemeo. Anybody from Tegemeo here? Then there's Shamiz Ngore, works with ITNI in Morocco. Nian, I think you remember Mohamed Amin is in Senegal. Cheryl Palm, the late, she's passed on. She was the wife of Sanchi at the end, then Pedro Sanchi. So these are colleagues we worked with, and their focus was mainly on the soils. How many of you have seen this document? Have you seen it? That's good, so you can share with the rest. When you can. Because I'm just extracting from it and adapting and referring to a few other documents. Now, this study was actually explains the improved performance of national agriculture research and extension systems, we call them NARES, to achieve many widely shared development objectives of African governments and international partners. It examines the effectiveness of international efforts to build capacity in African NARES, and then it proposes actions to improve their performance. So it's not my research, I'm just presenting you ideas that were collected in the whole of Africa by the team that did this work. We know that the pace of farm technical innovations and productivity growth are greatly influenced by the performance of the agricultural research, development, and extension services. That is RD&E, both at national, extension services, and national and international. The public policy interventions should be geared towards strengthening smallholder farmers' demand for fertilizers. These are specifically for fertilizers, but you should look at it as whatever you want to call it in your area, through investments in agriculture research and extension. So we need to invest in agriculture research and extension. That will keep on occurring most of the time. So these people did a survey. Indicators, MASTI project and the international service. Remember Basho, who is Basho? So the ISNA did some of this work. And we were focusing here on the number of scientists in different categories. We found that the soil scientists or agriculture scientists were only 5 to 10% in the research. Especially soil science, we are focusing on soils. Most of these researchers are engaged in crop-related research, and they generally have problems with laboratories, and the quality of their labs varies. Right now, Carlo is working on that. There's a big project working on doing soil mapping that some of us are involved in advising. Very soon, we shall also upgrade our labs through FAO and all that. So we are working on that. Now, the National Agriculture and Research System in this study, where we have public institutions devoting their activity to the National Defined Research Agenda. So I don't know, Lillian, how you define the NARES, but they are quite a number. I hope they understand that. It's not just Ministry of Agriculture and County and all that. Then international research centers, which are not part of the NARES, trying to impose certain things on us, and we are trying to streamline that in this particular report. The NARES, the CGIs have a global mandate, and activities are not defined by national governments. We know that. So the National Agriculture Training, there's a wide adoption of management practices validated by international research to improve soil health in this case, and control and in many instances constrained by absence of well-functioning local adaptive R&D. However, even after decades of capacity development efforts, most African NARES remain weak
and dependent on the international agriculture research centers. Is this true? Do you still depend on the national agriculture research that are in the system, like mentioned ICRAF, FAO, IFDC, and all that? Then they propose that the national governments and Africa improvements on the situation so that the NARES can actually effectively be capacitated to do their job. We discussed that. Research labs are lacking in science. There's little opportunity getting specialized equipment. We have problems in funding our labs, so we know that. So we are trying to improve on that. So we need well-performing national agriculture extension systems to be able to produce the public goods that are required, and we need investments in these areas. In Africa, there's very little investment, as we know, compared to the Asian countries, where the Asians had their own green revolution. We were hoping to have our own green revolution, but I'm not sure we have enough funding. So most African governments, or say Kenya government in this case, have spent relatively little on agricultural research and development compared to other regions. I've worked in Kari and in government. Most of the time you find that you are just being paid your salary, and you don't have money to do research or operational funds. Then you find donors supply some of these monies. I remember when I came back from the US after my PhD, I spent quite a number of time looking for funds to do work. But my boss was simply telling me, you're earning your salary. Why you bother? Yeah? And I was wasting valuable time. That is not very interesting. I was not just there to earn money. I had to do the work that I was supposed to be doing. So most of the extension systems in our countries are not well funded. I know even in the ministries, when we had extension officers in the Ministry of Agriculture, now they've gone to the county, and I'm told it's even worse. Is that true? The people from the ministry I know here, they may not remember me very well, Cheke and the team. How is the funding? Do you remember? Some of us coming to your ministry looking for how to collaborate? I think you do. So countries like Kenya, for example, Ghana, Nigeria have made important strides, but their capacities are still great. They need improvement. They keep on saying Ethiopia has done very well. I don't know how well Ethiopia has done. I've worked in Ethiopia for I'm not sure if those statistics are correct, but they are now able to produce enough wheat. That one we are sure of. I don't know if it's the extension system that helped that. I'm not sure about that. That's another point you can discuss. Yeah. So as I said, many national governments fund little more than salaries for researchers and staff, leaving budgets for research operations and capital equipment highly dependent on donors and other funding agencies. Now, how do we enhance the capacity of agricultural research? There are 7 recurring themes that have been identified. We need to build strong nerves, and we need a regional approach. Some of us have worked in East Africa, have worked in Uganda, have worked in Kenya, Tanzania. So we work together as a team, trying to uplift some of our colleagues who may be behind. Some of us, I think, have seconded to Ethiopia because of that reason, and also seconded to Uganda in the soils department to help in catching up in the region in some of the soils work we were doing. But we need commitment from the government for funding for these purposes. Now, we also know ICRAF, as you know very well, and others have always said they are helping to strengthen the nerves in the governments here. But is it true that they are always helping you, or are they simply using their agenda? I remember when ICRAF started, they were simply not a research institution, they were simply giving us documents. They were not a research institution. Do you remember that? In the 80s. Then they transformed into a research institution and so forth. And we have problems working with them. Not only Carver, but even extension, I believe. You need a lot of MOUs to even agree where the funds will be located, whether it's in NICRAF, it's in NAS, Carver, or whether it's in the Kenya government ministries. We have issues. And they tend to try to control us, and that's a fact. So, for donor funds, if any of these are donor here, to be effective, you need to strengthen the narrative. Okay? This is not me saying, this is a group of international experts who have done their job. They interviewed a lot of people in Africa. And this is what they've come up. So I'm just making you aware of that. They also tend to create organizations that duplicate activities of the extension system here. Then they retain the donor funds, and you don't have access to those donor funds. It's important to integrate nutritional objectives in NARE's priorities. I think, Sue, you are talking about nutritional objectives or food systems. These days you're talking about food density or something like
Nutrient
that.
density.
Nutrition density, that's good. We can talk about that. There are other things about that. So we also need to strengthen, this is what many of you want to hear, of tertiary education system. Training, agriculture training centers, diploma training, university curriculum. I don't know if the professor from Egerton is here. I'm not an extensionist, but I've done a lot of work with extension people. You need to actually go through this. It may help you update some of your ideas, this particular document. And this was a consensus among key informants, so it was strong consensus on theme 3 or 2, where there is sustained commitment and funding from African government. This is a precondition for building strong narratives at both regional and continental levels. Now, the action that we need in improving performance in Africa, we need government involvement in this, including the CGIs and other international organizations. We need the non-governmental organizations to promote agricultural productivity, climate resilience, food security, capacity development, and knowledge management within agriculture sector in African countries. Of course, the African Union and African Development Bank play some role in providing some funds, we know that. We have a lot of NGOs here. A few guys I've met here whom I've worked with, FIPS. There's someone from FIPS here, isn't it? Let me not call out people, but there are some of you we've met before. So what are the conclusions of this study? That we need input from the government and other organizations to be able to have a 21st century narrative in which research is prioritized and implemented by the narratives within their countries. Sometimes we find that the international organization actually want to define the priorities and they want to manage our systems. But in the long term, it's us. It's only us who will be able to manage our own systems. Actions from African development agencies and governments, and some leadership within the NARES and other such organizations. We need to increase funding and commitment supporting their own NARES. We can have the different donor organizations in Africa supply some of this. System should enable by directional learning between research units and farmers to carry the farmers' resources and break down the division between R&D and so forth. These are details I don't want to go into, but sorry for being too wordy and ahead. Finally, donors must ensure that grants related to African agricultural research include the narrative in the design stage. So you should design programs between the international organizations and the local organization. We should support national health priorities agendas and ensure the priorities are reflected in the proposals and budget development. Then we should have a situation whereby the directors from the ministry actually part. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry if it was too much. If you want it to make simple, we can get simple and discuss things you wish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Esilamba. Are there any questions, comments?
We can discuss issues at a lower level because I've done a lot of. I don't look that old.
There's a question.
Yes.
So, thank you for that. Very, very good. You mentioned that we need to redefine how we identify the and we've talked a lot about how NGOs, government institutions, etc., become part and parcel of that. What about private sector? So there's a lot of private sector that do research. One example I'll give you is Region 360, who've done an amazing program, and it's honestly for me it is a research program. What they have done is very research-based. Could private sector be included in the narratives? Can private sector research come in as part of the national system, recognized the national system? Is that something that...
Let me not answer that because they are tricky questions. Can Indian and the private sector included in the narrative, when we talk of the narrative, extensions from the private sector? Because we have, like here, we have Coffee, Tea Research Foundation, or company extension systems. Can you answer that? Here?
Yes.
Sometimes it's very tricky. Sometimes they are included and sometimes they are not included.
Yes.
Yes.
Sometimes just the are not included.
Yes.
Because of the policies that we have at the times we find, as you see, every actor has their own. Now we are looking at how we can all work together. And that's why we have the FARA, the forums who are working together with this. And we've already done a partnership with one CG. The policy. Are we able to work together and change the way we are working so that we all work? Because as we have seen, private sector is critical at the moment.
Right. Thank you very much.
Maybe just to add, I think so that's a critical point. Look at, for example, like in the US, the biggest researchers actually are from the private sector. Look at Bayer. You know, the guys who have like 5,000 researchers in their organization, just co-creating, developing new products, all that kind of stuff. So I think it's high time we see how private sector research can be part and parcel of this system. Yeah, it's very critical because they have the resources, they have the data, all that kind of stuff.
Maybe another comment, just locally in Kenya, I remember very well coffee farmers. Sometimes they funded our research in Calgary. When they have a problem and they see the need, they can raise the funds and we do the research for them. Thank you.
Yes, I can assure you that private research is recognized and we have ASNET, and I can assure you for all the meetings that we usually have on technical issues, they are involved in the public sector. And they are recognized in policy. Because we are saying that we really recognize what they do. And
everyone. I think our biggest issue in our research, extension, and development in agriculture basically boils to policy issues and funding. But you realize that if you look at what the government is giving to agriculture, is so limited, such that the whole sector, you find that some sectors in government very well funded, while if you look at what agriculture is getting right now, it's a mere less than 5%. And actually that I think is the biggest problem, and probably should be thinking, how do we push the government to to bring more resources to agriculture? Because who will do our work? I mean, this is the backbone of our nation. Yet our policy, in funding is very, little, and I think that is where the problem, starts.
Let's get the final comment before you break for tea.
Okay, thank you for the very good presentation. My question is on the indigenous knowledge. As we know nowadays, most people are going for organic farming. There's a lot about organic farming, and we see most of the farmers are that are not really been researched or been tested, but they are doing it their own way, and some of the knowledge from the farmers to make sure that even as they're going organic farming, they are using something that is that farmers can easily go to, apart from just doing things from what they imagine and work on is working for them.
Who is in a good position to answer that? Basically, we recognize indigenous knowledge. We know that it's been there for years and it's useful, but sometimes it's not yet standardized in a way that we can really recommend the way it is in research from what I know. When I was posted to Ethiopia, I was working on a weed called Kayong strider. And when I reached Ethiopia, they told me what we need here is just cow urine to kill that. That is what they knew. And behind the cow urine, it was the nitrogen. The nitrogen is what was required to control the ammonia, control strider. So that knowledge is very useful. Now we just need to come out with some documents and some kind of, what do you call them, pamphlet. But even if this knowledge is indigenous, we need to make sure we can verify and validate. That's all I can tell you now. It works, sometimes it doesn't work. It depends. Sometimes it works. I can attest to that because when I was very young, I used to have bronchitis. And I could not be treated in any hospital. But I went home in the village. So it worked. Yeah. So I know about that. Thank you.
Just to add to that, it's unfortunate Julie Mongare couldn't make it, but she's the CEO of OFIMAC, Organic Resources Manufacturers. So there's this body which brings together SMEs or private people who manufacture organic products. And they are linking now some of this to research institutions or universities, like what you say, just in terms of like participatory innovation development. So there's this product, so they look at the efficacy, all that, and then support them in registration. So I think we'll also share the contacts of Julie for those who are interested. And of course, there's a lot going on in the universities, but we really need to come up with proper frameworks in doing this and making sure patents, for example, are given to these particular farmers, because as we said, there's rich knowledge down there, as Katiso was saying, quite a lot of what is happening there. But we just have to bring it out, because sometimes you might have a conflict of this. somebody said that they were and all that. So very good information, but we really need to know how it's regulated and all that and packaged. Thanks. We'll share the products of June.
Yeah, I think we can close it there. I would also like to give my comments. I think Sue raised a very important issue, the role of private sector in the NARES. I think private sector is critical, and I'll cite some examples. I mean, more often we find, for example, Calvo developing innovations, seed. How does this seed get to the farmers? Calvo is not in the business of commercial. That is where private sector comes in with the investment. Sector also comes up with innovations that are not tested. Calvo comes in for private sector in the NARES, I think. And then lastly, I think indigenous knowledge also plays a critical role. And as you indicated, I mean, you go to farmers with scientific innovations, they have their own that they solve issues, they will not listen to you. So it's important for science to work with traditional knowledge, solutions that farmers can easily own. So the role of research is to validate those indigenous solutions that farmers to see what is the science in them, to see if they can improve them by way of validating them and also coming up with, as Quresh points out, the rates of application. If it is a concoction that is used to control a certain pest, or even for human treatment of certain diseases, maybe you are overdosing yourself and you don't know. So validating and coming up with rates that would help, I think that science, indigenous knowledge connection is very critical. Otherwise, thank you.
For your time, just remind me something. When you talk about seed systems, Calvo actually developed varieties of seeds and hands over to Kenya Seed, and Kenya Seed does the manipulation. But they start from Kenya, Calvo. That's a good example.
Another example is the University of Nairobi with the biofuels. That's a legume inoculant that they developed, but they could not commercialize. Mere fertilizers came in and took that to the market. So, yeah.
Can I just make a the research has been done and is somewhere, and a lot of us say that the research shelf from the research institutions in the NARES doesn't get to farmers in the background. I know that in the medical space, I know particular individuals who take that medical jargon that comes from the science and the research and the stuff that is put into papers. The same way you've taken probably what was a fairly scientific paper and put it into a way that we can understand it for those of us that are not scientifically trained. All that research that is in the NARES, do we have, and especially now for extension service providers, is that link being covered where that information is being decombobulated into information that an extensionist can understand and in a place where they can find it? Not just as extension messages, but entire research things so that people can say, okay, in my space, in my area, I'm having a problem with this. What research has been done in there, but where is it in such a way that I can understand it?
Lincoln, you want to help me on that, or can I comment? Because there is agriculture information services in Calvo, where such information is available. In my field, we've been training extension officers, quite many, in some of the technologies that they need through our manuals. We have manuals, technical manuals, pamphlets that are brought to the level that the farmer can also understand.
Have you digitized any of that?
Now it's becoming digital, whatever it is. So maybe Mulinge can comment. They have created certain hubs, information hubs, where information is available, and Calvo is one of the lead institutions in that.
We actually debate even data and information. This repository for agriculture, rural agriculture. In fact, our storage capacity is so great that we can be able to handle that, the big data comfortably.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Slaba. Because of time, I think we need to close there. We still have a whole program ahead of us. So let us appreciate Dr. Slaba. Also, thank you for your active participation in bringing up comments and also questions. At this point, I would like us to take a break. There's coffee served right outside. Let's take 15 minutes. Yes, and then when we come back, we will get to listen to abstract presentations, and those who are presenting, please be ready and be here exactly 15 minutes. That is, for those who are presenting, be here at 11:30, so that we can start, and we will take them in this order. So John, Samadi, Eipa will be the first one to present. Then we'll have Dr. Catherine Munywa coming in next, and then Purity Kinya Kaburu, and then Paul Katiku, and then later on we'll go to the innovations presentations. And you will have 10 minutes each for your presentation, and then the audience will take note of questions, comments. We will take them at the end of all the presentations. Thank you. You can take break for tea. 15 minutes, please. Keep time. Thank you. Daphne. Very good time.
Can we all begin and pray for the cup of tea, please? Stand where you are. It's okay. Let us take tea and water to the self of us. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you and we honor you. Thank you for bringing us here this morning. And as we go for the refreshment, we pray that you sanctify what you're going to take as we continue this great day and the great discussion. For this is our prayer in Jesus' name.
Sorry. So, oh, hi. I put your camera here. Please, because I need to charge this a bit. Oh, sawa. I'll save you now.
Okay, so we want to start. Looks like the coffee and tea are very tasty. People don't want to come back. But we need to start because of time, and John is already prepared to start us off with his presentation, his abstract. He will tell us what it is all about. So John, you have 10 minutes, exactly 10 minutes. Please take note of any questions that you might have or comments on his presentation. We will have 3 other presentations, and then you can ask the questions, comments at that stage. So John, when you see me standing up, know that your time is up. But I'll be holding up a card when you have 5 minutes left. Thank you. Your time starts now.
Good morning once again. Good morning once again. My name is John Samade Ipa. My topic for presentation is silos to system by reimagining extension system through the lens of collective action towards food system in Kenya. The outline is an introduction, challenges facing extension services, limitation of siloed application of extension system, collective action in reimagining extension system, strategy to reimagine extension system towards sustainable food system, and lastly, conclusion. Whatever I'm going to present is actually a review of several publications from different databases, that is Science Direct, Spring, Google, and ResearchGate. I was able to review about 30 publications. Kenya farmers actually gotten extension service through government and donor provision, also by non-governmental organization and the private sector. Our constitution of 2010 decentralized extension services to the county government level, but we still have some function at the national government. The key players of our extension service include public service sector extension, private sector providers, the NGOs, and the pharma and agrochemical companies. These are the input suppliers. Our early extension measured on the development of agricultural policy that were created by researchers, then disseminated to our farmers through the extension agents. According to Kenya Agricultural Sector Extension Policy of 2023, Republic of Kenya, agricultural extension and advisory services plays a role in disseminating agricultural information, skills, technology, and linking farmers to other agricultural value chain actors. With the top-down approach in the earlier years, there is need to actually reform the public extension service into a system that is cost-effective, a system that responds to the farmers' needs, a system that empowers the grassroots actors, a system that accounts to all the actors on the ground, and lastly, a system that is sustainable. The farmers have different needs, challenges, targeting, referring from lack of inputs, suppliers, lack of markets. There is need to empower them by giving them skills, by giving them information. On accountability, there is need to account for the disadvantaged or the marginalized group in our society. These are the youth and the women. And there is need to pass information from the current generation to the future generation in terms of integrating the scientific knowledge into traditional or indigenous knowledge, which is majorly being held by the elderly people or the elderly farmers who are aging. So they need to pass that information from the aged farmers to the young and energetic farmers. These are some of the challenges that our extension services are encountering. Decline in budget allocation. We have not reached the Maputo Declaration, where our budget should be about 10% being budgeted for agriculture. There is weak extension between our actors, extension actors. There is limited coordination among the service providers, and there is also declining human capacity in terms of the aging extension worker, and also the numbers are decreasing. We have seen that a siloed agricultural system is what happens where there is no communication between actors, where there is no sharing of information between service providers, and the limitation is that there is promotion of externally forced solution to withdraw adoption to the farmers, because the farmers have not been engaged. It's only the researcher who has actually prepared or developed that solution. There is a difference, isolation, that the farmer is not working with the government or research institution. There is also a focus where it's only the technology is transferred from the research institution to the farmer, and the farmer is not given time to give feedback. This extension system has failed to effectively reach distant areas with limited resources. These are far-reaching or hard-to-reach areas. In our case, the arid and semi-arid lands of Kenya are far with limited resources to allow the extension officer to take the extension service to those areas. Also, the youth and the women are being excluded. There is a tendency where the research is put or is placed above other components of the extension farmer, the extension officer, and the farmer. And lastly, the siloed agricultural systems are challenged with limited funding, inadequate human resource, and ineffective communication. This is a graphic where the first is a table. The first stairs represent the farmer, the second stairs the extension officer, and the top we have the research, where in the siloed system, each actor works independently, not sharing information or not communicating with the upper or the lower stairs or actors. But the one which looks like a bed, the double-deck bed, is where we have the farmer at the bottom, the first decker, but the government or the extension officer and the research are in the second deca. So each deca is doing its own thing and not sharing with the upper or the next deca. The role of collective action in imagining extension service. Collective action is where we bring farmers together in form of a group, in form of a cooperative, or in form of an association, where they do receive services as a group. They also receive services such as inputs, marketing activities as a group. The most common collective action initiative include selling and credit groups, producer and marketing groups, farmer cooperative, and farmer field school. In terms of cooperative, they empower our farmers by accessing agricultural inputs and finance, especially when they purchase the input in bulk, and also when they can get grants to support their activity. Currently, World Bank is encouraging formation of cooperative for farmers to get grants and loans. Cooperative also enables farmers to access vital information to market their products. When they market as a cooperative, there is better bargaining power for their produce. Farmer Field School encourage farmers engagement in promoting new skills, exchanging, and social learning. This is where farmers are brought, are trained in a group. They do their experiment, and lastly, they feedback. They feedback the experiment to the outer world. FFS also integrates scientific knowledge to the local knowledge. The local knowledge is owned by the farmers, and the scientific is owned by the research. So there is a collaboration or partnership. We also the need for a digital platform technology where the use of mobile network or web-based application are used to share information, to train farmers, to seek expert advice by the challenges that are facing the farmer. This is a building block for collective action, where we have at the apex, we have the collective action, but the poles or the posts represent the different collective action initiatives that I've said, the saving and credit groups, the farmer cooperative, the FFS schools. And the floor represents the integration of digital technology for sharing extension services. Lastly, on the strategies to reimagine extension services, one is the need to improve farmer engagement in terms of providing them with training, empowering them with skills. There is need to strengthen coordination across the agricultural value chain by actually bringing them together. For the case of our joint agricultural steering committee that brings all the actors together, there is need to foster collaboration between partners, multiple agencies. Partnership, public-private partnership should be encouraged for the purpose of providing different services. Some services that cannot be provided by the public, they can be provided by the private sector. There is need to integrate digital platform and technology into extension services. This is the use of mobile networks, the M-Pesa for easy payment of farmers. Gender sensitivity should be an issue to ensure that women and youth are involved. Public financing is important because there is need to increase that funding to be closer to 10%. The extension services actors, especially the extension officers, and some of the leaders in the cooperative or FFA should be supposed to build on the modern modern participatory extension systems. And lastly, there's need to support and implement all agricultural policies that have been developed and the related policy that touches the environment, the health, and trade policy. Conclusion. It is my request that we modernize our traditional models of extension service by converting them or bring them to be participatory, farmer-centered. We should also actually continue updating our agricultural policy depending on emerging issues. Let's encourage coordination among partners. Let's promote linkages between actors through partnership. And let's also train our staff and relevant elected officials of our collective initiatives. And lastly, there is need to ensure that the women and youth are included in agriculture through affirmative action or through the gender role to ensure that we take agricultural extension to another level. Lastly, participatory extension can be strengthened through improved coordination, partnership, integration of digital technology, improvement of inclusion of data sensitivity, capacity building, and research reforms. Collective action strengthen livelihoods and market competitiveness. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, John. So we have the next presentation, abstract presentation from Dr. Catherine. Is Catherine here? Okay, if Catherine is not here, let's have Purity Kabu.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Purity from Calvo. I'm I'm going to present some work that we did on farmer preferential information pathways for adoption of cassava technologies, innovations and management practices in Akuru. So as you talk about information, farmers actually are rational beings. They actually choose. Oh, what has happened again? Oh. Yes, farmers are rational beings, as they put that, and therefore they choose. And therefore we were looking at what really pathways do farmers choose to get their information from. Yes, we may want to have all these array of information sources, but farmers prefer certain information sources. What's happening? Sorry. So anyway, farmers choose the information sources from which they're able to get their information. And I think I'll just go on because I will not do so much of the introduction. Therefore, we went ahead and did a study that, and we asked the farmers what they chose among the very many information sources that we thought were available for farmers who are doing cassava farming. I'll not say what we did as a research methodology. I just want to go to the results. I wish you could. What is the researcher saying about what is happening? The researcher is very ICT, whatever. I do not know. Yes, I'll go to just the results and discussions because we all know that information is very, very key, and we are talking about information, passing the right information to farmers. And in the study area, we were looking at cassava growing areas, but farmers are still really growing maize. As you all know, we have a problem with maize in Kenya. That all farmers want to grow maize, whether it is in the hot or in the moderate or the appropriate areas. So farmers are still growing maize in those areas, and most of the farmers, most farmers were doing cassava in Subukia more than in the Rongai area that we looked at. And now I want to come to where now the information sources, came out. And actually, farmers prefer. Let me talk about cassava, maybe from maize or any other. Farmers prefer information from fellow farmers. That is the most important source of cassava information for farmers. And this was interesting because we were thinking probably they want to get from extension, but the essence of peer, now when it comes to peer, information exchange comes into form. But when we looked at the marginal analysis, because we're looking at what does this information contribute, we actually realized that actually the effect was negative. What does that mean for all of us here who are talking about information? The information that the farmers passed between each other had a negative effect. Meaning that this information, as much as the farmers preferred this information source, that actually the effect is negative, meaning that it is actually it's a disservice sort of to, or the information that is passed through this channel is not accurate. So this gives you the very essence of what you're talking about, appropriate information sources. The farmers have peer information exchange is very, very important, but you can see what it's doing. It actually is undermining the very thing that development agents want to do. So it's very, very important. So we need to actually help farmers to build skill, to be able to pass information to each other. And also, the other information source that we also looked at was radio as a source of information, and this also was negative. It had a negative marginal effect, meaning that as you listen to radio a lot of times, you actually wonder, where did these guys get the information information from. The information sometimes can be very, sensational, but is it correct? Do farmers take it as it is? So even that source, when we looked at the marginal effects, it had a negative effect, on productivity. And then we looked at, there was the issue of farmers who had education and didn't have education. It was also negative, which we all agree that farmer education is very key in helping adoption of technologies. And then other institutional factors such as electricity access and credit had a positive effect, which is very, very important in supporting farmers in those things that actually help in adoption of technologies. Like if you look at cassava, maybe those farmers who could access, electricity, can be able to dry maybe better, can mill their cassava, and things like that. A little bit of an addition that others could do. So therefore, we need to think about our sources. Where the farmers are getting information from. And as a conclusion, I say that extension services must ensure that a critical mass of farmers is trained. That is very key, and I think that is what we are talking about here. That we need to train farmers to be able to pass that information to each other. Because we realize that peer-to-peer information is very, very key in adoption of technologies. And of course, we need to support farmers with institutional factors such as credit and of course other institutional factors that enable adoption of technology. And then we need to ensure group participation and capacity of farmers is strengthened through leadership training programs and governance in general. Because even as we look at also group sources also had a negative effect, meaning that is the same story with the farmer-to-farmer exchange system. And therefore it is important, and it gives you the essence that we really need to work towards appropriate information for our farmers and train enough farmers to be able to pass on information to each other. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Purity. You refused to look at the card showing you 5 minutes to go, but you kept time, so it's a good thing. Can we have Paul? So if you have any questions, comments on the presentations, please note them down somewhere. We'll give you an opportunity. Paul? Paul is not here. Then we can have Professor Kurumo. Okay. So as the professor organizes herself, is Emmanuel over here? Emmanuel? Yeah. Next to you. You sent here? The rest of the presenters, please prepare. Abdi Rahman, Muhammad Abdi, Yunus Wainaina Karanja, Ibrahim Masharia, Paris, Chege, Nelias, Kamira, and Rial Gitonga. In that order.
So we thought of combining the presentations here because we want to have enough audience. If we divide, it will be very few. So pick all the comments and then we will be able to discuss. It's a very important part of our discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Wanoni. I'm based in Samburu County, Samburu Central, in Bahawa Ward. That is where I'm doing my extension work and alongside teaching mission school there. Now, in that county, I know when you hear of Samburu County, what comes in your mind, of course, is banditry and drought and all that. But as extensionists, we normally look into that, of course, an opportunity where to come through, where to bring hope. And what I'm just doing there for as far as my extension part is concerned is actually looking on how I empower the youths and women using poultry keeping, that is chicken, and it is a project, a program that I started in just this year, in May, and you can ask yourself, why did I choose to go there? Like I said, I teach in one of the mission school, and there was a day I was just relaxing after classes, and a young boy came with big cock that in Nairobi here could go to around 1,000 shillings, but the boy was only asking for 200 80 shillings only, and I asked myself several questions. And so I decided not to pay in cash, but rather to request the M-Pesa number so that I can send the money to the parent, because he claimed that it's the mother who sent him to sell. And so I took the number purposely not to actually, not to send the money, but just to get in contact and know why 280 shillings? Why not 500? Why not 1,000? And so, yeah, I sent the money, but I made a call to the mother, and the following weekend I happened to visit the household, and we had a discussion, and so shared some interesting story. But suddenly, back in 2023, there are some group of guys who went there for an empowerment program, and they advised them. Actually, they grouped the women in several groups, and so they were asked to take the money, some loans, and venture into poultry. But apparently, after they had taken the loans and going forward, there was no one to be seen to support them in terms of maybe giving them the expert that they require in order for them to feed their poultry, their chicken, and of course to link them with the market. And so the mother told me, we are doing this because we are producing a lot. They have a lot of eggs, have a lot of coupons there, but then they have nowhere to sell them. Dr. Majan seated there will tell you that in Isiolo and Samburu, they have a traditional norm that prohibits a good population in consuming poultry, chicken and the product. And so there is a lot. So they were saying we are just giving at a throwing price because we have a lot, and yeah, we don't know what to do with it. And so as an extensionist, I decided to build on that, and I said, no, I have to come in, because this is an opportunity for the women and maybe for the youth to tap into and develop economically, and that's why I decided to go into that. Now, we have not yet done much, but the little that we have done, I think it is here in my presentation, and this is just part of my introduction. I think I've just highlighted some of the issues here. So they were registered under the Women's Enterprise Fund, and so they started keeping poultry. Now, most of them say that we welcome the idea. Why? Because we have cattle rustling here, but believe you me, they cannot come for chicken. And that's why they took the idea, much as they don't consume, but rather they say, that is what they can think of as far as their economic livelihood is concerned now. But quite a number of them have dropped from keeping them. Why? Because they failed to get enough information from experts, and so they were not motivated because they were producing much. Then after producing, what next? So my objective for this program was to enhance the productivity and also look on how I can change their mindset. Dr. Riaz talked about that the way through from silos to system is actually working on the mindset, and I actually wanted to change their mindset, and they take chicken as an alternative source for maybe the food, because the area is affected by drought many times. And so I also wanted to tap into looking on how I can help the the women and the youth to develop financial literacy and market access for their products. Now, my target audience is, I'm actually working with the youth and the women, but I've also incorporated 2 schools. That is one junior school and one secondary school, because we know that just like a tree need to be nourished when it's still young, so to children, because they are the future generation. And so I decided that alongside maybe working with the women, the youth back in the villages, I also look into how I can work closely with the schools. And my approach is just on field visit. That's what I've used so far. I've taken some 2 groups, that is the youth and the women, to a certain farm just within Maralal town, of course by the help of one of the Catholic fathers in Maralal diocese. And so that is the photo. We attended a field visit. But they'll tell you, don't take us photos. Why? Because many people have come here, they're taking with us photos, and they go use them to get money, and they divert the projects. That's why even the Morans, the youth, they refuse. You can see, that's myself. They were just beside the corner, saying, don't take us photos. Watu wamekuja hapa, they take our photos, na wanatumia kwingine. So that is one of the challenges. Now you can see, unatangulia mahali, unaharibia wengine. Now, so far, that is the population that I've managed to reach out. And looking there, we have the schools and the church. That is what we call a whole society approach. And so we have to include everybody in our extension service, in our extension program, that is. Now, for the few months that I've been working with them, now we have seen, actually I've seen the change of attitude, and those who had dropped from it have now come back, and they are looking on how they can also produce more. And I'll tell you why they have come back to this noble enterprise. Now, one of the challenges was, I thought that so many dropped, but one of the major challenges was on feeds. Now, we have a plan there, and I'll call upon, we have the lady from my cow. We have a natural plan there, and we decided to call it wild azolla because it grows just like azolla. And we are using that to feed the chicken, and we have seen the production has really gone high, especially when it comes to egg production. Now, so far so good. The month of August, we were able to bring 200 heads here in Kawangware. I met with some three guys to let kuku 200 hapa we sold, and they were, at least they appreciate that at least for the first time they have gotten something from their poultry and something tangible. So that is the plant, and I think for the interest of time I'll just brush over it. But I included this conversation here because when we supplied the first batch of 13, the buyer said, "Nitudogo, they are very small," and so the money that they got, actually the farmers got, it was actually 500, and so we have stopped. Now we are looking on how we can feed them and at least make them grow into sizable so that we bring them in the markets. Now we are looking forward to supply in the month of November and December, so that the farmers can also know that we have peak seasons and know when to bring their products in the market. So in my conclusion, I just want to say that for the extensionists that are here, just know that you are the bridge. You are the bridge between the farmer and the market. And so we need to come out and look into our efforts and help to bring the information, the market information. I mean, we promote group marketing and also to see on how we can enhance our farmers' capacity, which is also crucial for improving the livelihood of our farmers. And so I only have one recommendation to this audience, that as extension service providers, we have actually a greater impact on transforming the agricultural productivity, and more so especially in marginalized areas to make them food secure. But one thing that I want to call upon is that let us build on what already exists. We have seen groups starting this project, starting another project. You can see in an area, we have so many projects that are going on. But and of course, when we come here, we say that the challenge is that we don't have funds. The challenge is that we don't know where to start, but it's expensive at the start. But it is very bad to assume that there is nothing that exists in these communities at all. So we need to build on what already exists there. I've never spent my single coin to buy chicken, but they were there. So for you, what you need to do is just to tap into what already exists there and you build on that. Now, as I conclude, I really want to thank KEFAS for having us here. I want to quote the great work of Chinua Achebe, and he said that a man who calls his kinsmen to a feast does not do so to relieve them from starving. They all have food in their own house. But when we gather together in the moonlight village ground, it is not because of the moon. Because seated here, everybody can see it in his own corner. We come together because it's a good thing to do so. And so when I see these posters here, Agra, KEFAS, and so many other partners here, working on helping the farmers, then at the bottom of my heart, I feel I'm really happy with that. And so I just want to urge us to continue with the unity and the teamwork so that we can enjoy the power of togetherness. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Professor, I don't know if you're ready. If you're not, we can give you time and go to another meeting.
Okay, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to share with you on this presentation that is based on findings of a study that we did between 2022 and 2023-24 there. And I'm going to feed you with a bit of data. We've heard about the importance of research in terms of providing data and supporting some of the things that we do. So the title is on core skills and competencies that are required by extension professionals to effectively shift extension and advisory services from silos to systems. And this one is focusing mainly on curricula, because we have seen the importance of curricula in building the capacity of the extension professionals. So in my first slide, I simply emphasized the important role that extensionists play, and that their level of competence determines the success of extension work. In fact, we say that it is not just about what you know, but how do you say it? How do you communicate it? So you can find someone who's really technically sound in terms of their capacity, but how do they effectively communicate what they have, so that how do they effectively disseminate, so that others also can be able to benefit from their knowledge. So in this study, we were focusing on the basic skills, knowledge, and competencies that are needed by the extensionists. And we focused on agricultural training institutions, because these are the ones that train the extensionists. And specifically in this study, we were dealing with universities. So it was a collaborative study that was funded through there's a program known as Alliance for African Partnership, based in Michigan State University. And so that was where the funding came from. So it involved 5 countries, where the AAP has got their partner universities. So in Kenya, we had Egerton University, and I was the main person who was involved. In Uganda, we had Makerere University. In Malawi, we had the Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. In Nigeria, we had the University of Nigeria and Sudan. And then in South Africa, we had the University of Pretoria. So the study used the same kind of methodology. And so it was done in a uniform way across those different countries. So the actual study, the project had 4 objectives, but in my case, I'm focusing on 2 of them. And the first objective is to identify critical process skills and competencies of agricultural extension professionals. Then the process gaps, the gaps in the competencies and areas of potential curricular reform. And then the second one was to recommend improvements or reform of agricultural extension curricula, so that this curricula can effectively prepare the next generation of agricultural extension professionals. We talk about the 20th century agricultural professional. So what kind of skills and knowledge and capacities are they supposed to have? So in terms of the methodology, the study targeted all agricultural extension professionals in Kenya. Quantitative data was collected through an online questionnaire. So we had 1 questionnaire, and it was administered to a sample of 250 respondents that was drawn from different sectors in agriculture. So we had extension officers from public and private sector. We had faculty or academic staff in universities that offer courses that are related to agricultural extension services. Agricultural extension. Then we had researchers, we had people working in NGOs, and we also had students who are pursuing postgraduate studies in agricultural extension. So the skills that we focused on, we had 11 skills as are listed there. So for each of these skills, we actually broke them down into indicators. So each skill was broken down into specific indicators, so that if you are looking at, like for example, communication, you're not just asking about how well are you trained in communication, but you're looking at what should you be able to do for you to actually show that you are an effective communicator. So we had different indicators, and so for each of those 11 competencies, we had this kind of breakdown. Some of them had more, others had less. And so we asked the respondents, how important is the skill for an extension worker, and how well does the undergraduate extension curriculum cover this skill or competency? We assumed all these people had been trained through a particular curriculum, so they were giving their opinions based on what their experience was or what they knew. And so we were looking at the scale of importance from 1 to 5, scale of coverage from 1 to 5. And so, okay, in my case, I want to focus on soft skills. And this is because when it comes to shifting from silos to systems, when it comes to working in a systems environment, then the soft skills are very, very critical for successful working together. So among the 11 skills, we see that effective communication was listed. There was personal and professional development as a skill on its own, then diversity management as a skill on its own, and then now we had what was called other extension soft skills. So for effective communication, the findings showed that most people felt it was of course very important and it was adequately covered. But personal and professional development was not adequately covered, diversity management was not adequately covered. So my focus is on what we looked at as the other soft skills. And they are the ones that we actually looked at 17 of them. So we had critical thinking, problem solving, time management, stress management, leadership, teamwork, flexibility, self-motivation. And you can see the way we presented the data that we have the mean. How important in terms of the mean? Remember, we were looking at a scale of 1 to 5. So the higher, the closer it is to 5, the more important. And for all this, you can see that in terms of importance, everybody felt that these skills were actually very important. But in terms of the level of coverage in the undergraduate curriculum, we see that now you get lower means. You get a mean of 3 for critical thinking, for stress management it's 2.83, self-motivation 3.11, and so the same applied. And so these are the other skills. We had positive work attitude, collaboration, conflict management, group formation, and all those. And so for all these other soft skills, we found that the level of coverage was not really that adequate. So, just a minute. So here, what we are looking at is in terms of, we also asked, what are the possible ways in which we can have these gaps in the soft skills strengthened? And so these are suggestions that were given by the participants in the study. So there was the issue of revising or updating the curriculum, which is what we talked about yesterday a lot. Internship at various work environments. Internship is very important in exposing the professional, the trainees. Basic induction training, like on-the-job orientation. I don't know how well we do the on-the-job orientation for new people who are coming into the job. And so also there is in-service training that even those who are already working, they can be employed, they can be given opportunities to attend in-service trainings. And then the other thing was, although it is not showing, sorry, it is about providing opportunities for people to attend workshops, trainings, and so on. Okay, the other question we asked was about the barriers to effective implementation of extension training curricula. And number 1 on the list was the issue of budget, funding. This is one major hindrance for effectively implementing the curricula. Then we have the other factors, motivation, the facilities, motivation of teachers, and so on. So in conclusion, we see that effective functioning of extension agents, it requires training that goes beyond the traditional training so that we expand to incorporate the skills and competencies that are necessary for them to function effectively. Then the curricula of many undergraduate extension programs are deficient in delivering those core competencies and the skills. And then also we see that there are various ways that were identified through which the gaps in the curricula can be addressed. So recommendations based on that we need to enhance the level of coverage. For the core competencies, we need more soft skills to be incorporated. Now, this study came out with a number of outputs. So for each, we came up with a resource book, like a training manual, based on the gaps that we identified in the various competencies that we looked at. So we have essential competencies of frontline extension professionals, and this is a resource that is available online freely for anybody, but I can say this is one of the research outputs that is lying on the shelf, like many other research outputs. So I'm taking this opportunity to just inform you that there is a resource book that would be useful. Okay, we are the ones who put it together, and we had some competent people in the team. I'm sorry I did not indicate the team members that we had, but we had very competent professionals. Then we also have a country report for Kenya, specifically looking at the process skills and competency gaps in undergraduate agricultural extension curricula in Kenya. Again, it's available, the link is there. And then we have a report that was comprehensive for all the countries, which was called Strengthening Agricultural Extension Training in Nigeria, Malawi, South Africa, Uganda, and Kenya. So there we have the three resources that I'm talking about. So this first one here is the one that has various modules looking at the different aspects of the competencies. Then the second one is the country report for Kenya. The third one is the overall report for all the 5 countries. The team was led by Professor Murari Suvendi, who was at Michigan State University, although I think he retired. In our team, we had Christine Davis, although she did not participate actively in writing, but she was part of the team. And so it is a team that was well put together. So with that, I want to say thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Prof. Is Abdi Muhammad here? Abdi? He is not here. Eunice? Just as an energizer, this is the only time I'm more powerful than the professor, because I'm holding the mic and I'm in charge of time. Otherwise, on the other side, I would be in trouble. So, because we're experiencing some technical challenges with the compatibility of the projector, the people that we have, I think we can do a Q&A session for the presentations that we've had. Any comments that you might have. We've had presentations from, we started with John, and then we had Purity Aburu, we had Emmanuel from Samburu, and then we have Professor Ngurumwa. Those are the presentations that we've had. So if you have any questions, any comment, this is the time or the chance that you have. And please direct your question, comment to the specific presenter. I think we can start here.
Thank you so much, Facilitator. My question goes to Purity. You know, the question on the accuracy of the information that farmers get from fellow farmers. And given that we cannot, I mean, data is data. And when you present, like for example, you know, the sources of information, farmer to farmer extension is needed. And then that means that the practitioners who are here, definitely they need to take advantage of that. And then ensure that you know, the information going to the farmers is accurate. But my question is, did your research look at the type of information that, you know, the farmers are getting and which is not accurate? Because just as Dr. Aislaba said, you know, when the Ethiopians there were asked about the control of Kayombo, they said they just applied the urea. So that information is correct, you know, but research went ahead to know that it's about the ammonium nitrogen that is taking effect. So I think it's for us, if we can know the type of information that the farmers are taking, which according to the research is not accurate, then as practitioners here, we can discuss about ways of making it accurate.
Thank you. I hope you've noted your question. Let's take one more and then we get responses.
Thank you. My question is also to Purity. So the product that was chosen that you were looking at, you were referencing around was cassava. The farmers were growing maize and beans and other vegetables, and maize and beans did come up high in terms of their priority, but cassava was low on their priority. Do you think that if you were asking the questions of where they got their information on maize and beans, you would have got a different response to where they got their information on cassava? Because many of us who are actually in the space of developing content for farmers probably prioritize more the crops that are prioritized more than those that are prioritized less. I will say for sure, ICAO has less information for farmers on cassava than on maize and beans, and therefore if you were to ask an ICAO farmer who's using our content, they would probably rely on talking to each other about cassava because they're not finding it in our content stream. So could that have affected your results?
I'll ask Purity to respond to those two.
Yeah, about accuracy of information, whether we looked at what information was inaccurate. We were not able to do that actually, because we're just looking at the sources, we're not really delving into the particular information that the farmers received that were inaccurate, so that's a gap that we probably could look at into the future. And to Sue, yes, I think this can be very different because cassava totally is different, and I think it can be different for the other crops too. So it's something that we can all look at into the future. Yeah.
Anyone else with a question to the other presenters?
Thank you. Mine is goes to, I have one for John and also I think Purity. John, I think in your statement you reviewed almost 30 publications, but when you were presenting, you really did not have any reference set even the objectives. You didn't tell us that these are the objectives we are looking at. Probably and results. Straight away from introduction, you just went to the body and recommendations. So, and reimagining strategies without having clear objectives. And I was seeing like your conclusion was almost like recommendations. So it is good. I mean, it's good. It's not everyone who can present such an information. So it's a trial, but I'm just giving you so that you can improve on your future ways of presentation. Then for purity, I think you have had the questions which were asked. I think simply because from introduction, you just jumped to results. You see? So you didn't prepare us what you were mentioning in terms of your objectives. And we already found again in your findings that even the most pathways which were used, and that is farmer to farmer and the radio, in fact had the negative effect again. They had the negative effect. So I was really, I think it challenges me so much how information you receive can really be measured into that negativity. But more important for me is you didn't even have anything like an objective for measuring the effect of the pathway on whatever you are doing. But again, it is the effect that was coming up. So I think that's what I think I saw in presentation. Thank you.
We have one more, then we get responses.
Mine will be a comment to Professor Agnes. I like the study findings on formal extension. We've been also listening to the different types of last mile extension. So I'm just wondering whether this study could be, or whether there's a chance to extend this study to also look at the informal. I don't want to call it informal, but I would say the last mile extension systems. I'm curious on how prioritization of the results will look like. So it could be it's a comment to Prof, but also it's a question to all of us. How will it be if we will be looking also at the last mile extension? That includes the VBAs, that includes community resource persons. What would those results look like? What would they prioritize? What would the skills needed?
So we'll get a response from John, if any, and then Purity.
Actually, whatever I presented is the short version of my paper, but the long the introduction, you are comfortable with the introduction. The objective was actually to system. That is one. The second objective is to explore the potential collective action approaches. That is two. Strategy to imagine agricultural extension system. The method and clarify that the method was actually to review publication from the year 2000 up to 2025 of publication from databases that included Science Direct, Springer, ResearchGate, and Google. And the results were what I presented. I presented the limitations. I presented the role of collective action and using the digital technology. And lastly, I gave the list of strategies. Actually, what I presented as conclusion, recommendation. So next time, I'll label.
However, we can avail the paper for your use, and I asked we could probably approve the methods that we used for the research. Thank you.
Is there any last comment? The presenters, before we close, we can take two, and then we break for lunch.
Thank you. Thank you. I think mine was also to John. Now that he has clarified that his study was on the existing documents, but John, you told us you are an extension officer in Turkana. So at least I expected you to tell us some of your experience, especially that you mentioned that one of the problems, the challenges, is the declining in budgetary allocation. And then one of your strategies was what you got from the data from the write-up was the digital technology. I expected you, or maybe you could tell us whether you are using digital technology to enhance extension in Turkana. Because I remember there was somebody who told us here yesterday that they use TikTok, something like that, where when you have no money to go for extension, you can use the digital to enhance extension in your area. Thank you.
Let's have Professor responding to Amadia's comment before we hear from you.
So thank you very much for the comment about the possibility of expanding or extending the research to look at the other informal channels of achieving the extension to the last mile. What I can say from my experience with this study is that when you look at our country, there is very little research that has been done on extension. Very little. And okay, we have bits and pieces here and there, but research that actually critically looks at various aspects of our extension, we have not had. And my experience is that funding for extension research is not there. And when you have calls for research, most times they are not talking about extension. They are talking about other possibly technical aspects of agriculture. Yet, extension is very important. And for me, I feel that extension needs to be given priority as a research agenda. Like when I look at the extension we are offering, we talk a lot about demand-driven, but how well is this demand-driven extension working? Have we done a serious research to look at how well it's working in our country? Have we looked at the approaches that we are using seriously to see how well they are working? So there is a lot of opportunity for more research. Actually, these findings are just like an eye-opener, maybe to get us thinking. How can we get to do more research in extension? And of course, this calls for a lot of collaboration. It cannot be done by one person, one organization. But if we put our heads together, then we can be able to do more research in extension. The beauty with research is that when you give out the findings, you will be putting, you make people notice that extension is important. Because in this country, extension is not important. When you talk about extension, it is not given value, it's not given the importance that it deserves. So we can go through the channel of research. Maybe we can explore ways in which we can be able to do more serious research in extension so that we can improve our extension service delivery. And of course, as we seek to achieve the systems kind of working together. Thank you.
John?
Thank you. Two questions. That is on public funding and digital technology. From Turkana County, we receive funding for extension services from national government in terms of national state e-surveillance, electronic surveillance of diseases. This is where we use the so-called community disease reporter. These are trained community members. They are trained on animal health, and they are given a smartphone. So they relay the information on the ground, or they will see an animal, take a picture of a diseased animal. Externally, they can take a picture of the external body to see whether it has the skin disease. Then they relay to a server, e-surveillance server, across the different wards, the 30 wards. Then it is the server that the Department of Veterinary Services will actually analyze the different diseases that are coming or that are prevalent at a specific ward through analysis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. I propose we close there and take a break, health break for lunch. It is now 1:08. Yeah, so let us try to take our lunch in the shortest time possible and be here by 2 p.m. So lunch is served. If you go straight, you will see the lunch area. Let us try to be back by 2 p.m. so that we can finish early. Thank you. So the rest of the presentations, about 4 of them, we will have them immediately after lunch. Have a Q&A session and comments, and then get into the closing ceremony. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. And as usual, Daphne will bless the lunch for us.
Okay. Let us stand as we go for lunch. Thank you, Lord, for having been with us, for the sessions that you've covered. Then as we go for lunch, we pray that you sanctify the meals that you're going to share. Above all, Lord, may your Spirit guide everything that you're doing. This is our prayer of faith in Jesus' name. Amen.
So, good afternoon. We will start our after lunch session, and Eunice will start us off with her presentation. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good after lunch. I trust you enjoyed our lunch. It's always very interesting to make your presentation of people have enjoyed fish, mutton, ugali. I hope you will not pray for me, but I will be very brief so you will not have to pray for me. So I am here to present very briefly my journey from silos to systems, and that is to strengthen agricultural extension through collective action towards sustainable food system. I am giving here my brief background, and I don't want to labor there because I know we all have very rich experience in the things that we do, but I am here basically because I am an extension officer. I've been in this service for 15 years, and I have worked with farmers in rural, in urban and peri-urban setup, in projects, and I have done a number of things, and I don't want to delve into that. And I am also a farmer. I am a practicing farmer, so I come in as an extension agent and as a farmer. So my journey in my silos to systems journey, and why I am here to present the innovation that I'm presenting is that I work with the county government of Kiambu, and we are deployed to work in different setups. And so you can be deployed to work in a project, you can be deployed to work in, sorry about that. Yeah, you can be deployed to work in a project, you can be deployed to work in the sub-counties, you can be deployed to work in the ward. And so, for the longest, I've been working in the rural area, and then I went to work in a project which ended in 2014. And so after the project was over, I was deployed in an urban and peri-urban setup. And so the peri-urban setup that I was deployed in was in Kabete sub-county, for those of us who might be familiar. And I found it very difficult to engage the farmers. I think in the rural setup, we are used to, and I like what Wanyoni said, that I have my colleagues here we work with. I have Waheto, I have Karaoke, and some other people who work in extension. And what we do is that we mobilize farmers, and they come together for an in-person training. And in those trainings, we disseminate the extension messages that we have. And so, when I was deployed to Kabete, I thought this approach would continue working. And so, as usual, I went out there to reach out to the farmers, calling them, come, we're having this and this training, we're having these and these activities. But lo and behold, it became very difficult because the farmers are either busy or they're engaged in some other productive activities. Being an urban and peri-urban area, it's like they are not available for the in-person training. And so most of the times I would sit there and I'm wondering, so what do I do? I remember one presenter here said that you sit, the work is there, but of course the farmers to work with are not available. And so I thought there has to be a different way of disseminating this extension message. And so May this year, I thought, how about I use the digital platform to disseminate the extension message? And so I came up with a YouTube channel. It's called Eunice Karanja, and then Eunice Karanja, the farmer's friend. And in this YouTube channel, I look at 4 themes, 4 thematic area that through my experience in extension, I have seen are the challenges that are affecting farmers. Number 1, how can we increase production? Number 2, how can we help farmers access better markets? Because for all the time that I've been doing extension, one of the challenges that farmers face is where do they sell their produce? And number 3, I thought about, in as much as we are doing production, And in as much as we are doing marketing, we have to do it in a sustainable way. Because what happens if we continue producing, and then the effects and the impact of climate change hits us, and we are not to do production anymore. So in that YouTube channel, I also talk a lot about sustainable solutions. And then number 4, and then most speakers have talked about it here, is how do we incorporate, how do we bring in women and youth in agriculture. Because I know all of you have children, have sisters and young people, and I have a daughter myself, and she is always like, I would never want to be a farmer. I see those people when you want to cover on mashida, and so it doesn't look like an appealing enterprise. So in my YouTube channel, I like bringing or spotlighting women and youth who are involved in agriculture. And the model I use, now that thank God, I went to school, and then I also have experience in extension, I use an integrated approach. Number 1 is an extension agent, and number 2, using peer learning. I quickly talked about peer learning, and in my experience as an extension officer, I have seen farmers take the extension message when they hear it from their fellow farmer. Of course, that we talked a lot about it, and from where I sit, I see it works for a farmer when a fellow farmer will tell him or her that I did this and it worked. And so I use that integrated approach. I bring in my input as an extension agent, and I also give the farmers who are doing well a platform to share what they are doing with the fellow farmers. And the impact so far, maybe I'll cover that later, but I've talked about the YouTube channel. So far, we have got, in the last 4 months, because I said we launched the YouTube channel in May, we have got at least 11,000 farmers reached, and you can see the numbers there. It's not very clear because I did a print screen, but you can see 11,000. Actually, as of yesterday, 12,000 plus farmers had been reached. And I want to delve a bit into this statistic, which I think is very interesting, because I see the beauty with YouTube, it gives you some analytics. It will break down for you the figures of the people who are visiting your channel. And I checked in the last 28 days, it is telling me, and I want us to hear this, out of 11,000 plus, actually now 12,000, only 6.5% are female, and the male are 93.5%. And then there's an age distribution there from 25 to 34 years of aged 25 to 34. We have got 33%, 35 to 44 years. That is 36%. From 40 to 54 years is 21.3%, and then from 55 to 64 we got 9.5%. And then what are the thematic areas that I cover? One is empowering farmers, because we see every time we do participatory analysis, every time we're launching a new project, one of the gaps that we have is that the farmers don't have the information that they need. So through this YouTube channel, what I do is I empower the farmers with different technologies that can help them produce and make more out of the farm. Some of the videos that I have covered, I have done fall armyworm management. And this one I did from my farm. It's not very big, it's a small farm. And when I planted, and the maize was nice, beautiful, and healthy, and then all of a sudden, there was fall armyworm. And so I said, how can we manage fall armyworm as we do crop production to increase the production? And then I have done with my friend, she seated here, making biochar at home, because we say our soils are sick, and we talked about that yesterday. And some innovations like making biochar, an amendment that can help improve your soil health. The most recent video that I posted a few days ago is having a circular system in our day-to-day farming, because we want to reduce waste as we do production. So I have done a short video there, how we can have a circular system as we do farming, so that we can reduce wastage, and of course save money, because we always say a penny saved is a penny earned. Then I'm also trying to look at inclusivity, and so I have worked closely with women and youth. So in my extension journey, I see who are the women and who are the youths who are doing something that can be shared with other farmers that they can learn from. And so I have worked with a young man called George. It's in one of the videos, and we are talking about vermicomposting. And vermicomposting is a technology that we can use to convert waste into compost, helping farmers reduce the cost of production. And then I was talked about BSF. It's closely related, BSF and vermicomposting. And these are technologies that help in waste management. And then in the wake of incorporating women, I came across a progressive dairy farmer, who is doing value addition of milk, and we work with her to produce a video to help other farmers who could be interested in value adding milk, and also how you can collaborate, because she has talked about how she has collaborated with the different people to move to where she is. In the theme of sustainable innovations, I have used this platform to help farmers embrace sustainable solutions. For example, I have one video that I've called Cows That Cook, and basically this is a video talking about the use of biogas, how you use biogas that will help you save money and help mitigate climate change effects by reducing the emission of methane gas into the atmosphere. Then there is another video I've talked about what I will do to reduce animal feed cost in 2025, and one of the challenges that most farmers complain about, and even us here, maybe we are doing dairy or we are doing poultry, one of the biggest challenges is the cost of feed. And BSF, black soldier fly, is an opportunity that will help us convert organic waste into animal feed. And then we also have a bioproduct that we call FRAS that we can use to help us reduce the cost of buying synthetic fertilizer. And I like what Director Kenyachui talked about, the challenge of organic waste. And this is a technology that can help us manage the organic waste menace that we have in this country, where we convert waste into money. Then there is another video that talks about post-harvest losses. We all know the challenge of post-harvest losses in this country. We do a lot of hard work, produce a lot of food, and then somewhere before the food gets to the fork, it is lost either from the garden to the market or from the market to our household. And we want to reduce post-harvest losses. And the technology we are using here, or we showcased here, is that we are talking about cooling, and then cooling using a solar-powered system. So the renewable energy, again, which is a sustainable solution. There are other videos there talking about irrigation, because we want to move from rain-fed agriculture to from rain-fed agriculture to irrigated agriculture for sustainability and for better prices, because we want our farmers to get more money in their pockets. Then collaborations. I have collaborated with a friend of mine who runs Hillside Organic Garden, and I said she's here, and we've done some interesting things that are very fulfilling to the heart. Like, for example, in the recent past, we went to a school in Mukuru, Jenga, it's called St. Bakita, and we helped them establish some kitchen gardens. So we did circular gardens, and we also did pipe gardens, and we also supported them with a few rabbits, because we wanted to incorporate the circularity we're talking about, that the prunings can go to the rabbits, then the rabbits can have the urine is foliar, and then the droppings is manure, the manure goes back to the farm, and the cycle continues. And then we also capacity build the pupils in that school, because like I said, they come from Mukuru, and they are faced with food and nutrition and insecurity. And with that capacity building, we are hoping, and we have kept on monitoring, how can they establish a kitchen garden or something that can help them produce food from where they come from. Then the other collaboration that we've done, again with Hillside Organic Garden, is that we went to Rescue Dada Center somewhere in Kamulu. And this is a center that rescues girls that have been from abusive background or from the streets, and they educate them there and they give them food. And so, like some of us might be knowing, Kamulu is majorly has clay soils. It has predominant clay soils, and this is not ideal for crop production. And so, together with the Hillside Organic Garden, we work with them to rehabilitate their soils. And as you can see from the photo, this is how it looked initially. And then we did the soil amendment, and now they are able to grow food, including harvesting some water there that they can grow crops like arrowroot. Yeah, and so in conclusion, we are saying that by the grace of God, the Farmers Friend YouTube channel has reached over 12,000, now that is 12,000 farmers in just 4 months. And this is a clear sign that digital extension is both impactful and scalable. What are we thinking as a possible way forward? As scalability, we want to expand reach through this digital platform, and we can do farmer field schools that we can showcase to other farmers, and I'm glad some presenters here talked about farmer field schools, and localized demonstrations. People like to see and to touch, and when they see and touch, then it goes to the heart. Collaboration, this one has also been talked about in depth, and my grandmother used to say, there is no one who is a know-it-all who is still alive today. So we all need each other. And so when we collaborate, we are able to give greater impact. I'm actually very interested to see how we can reach more women. Because I thought, now that I am the one who is doing this YouTube channel, I am a woman, so to speak, and to see only 6.5% women following, it breaks my heart. Of course, there are many dynamics. It could be the productive roles. Women don't have time to sit and go through the forms. And okay, there are many things we can discuss after this. And then we want to say, deepening impact, we want to go beyond awareness by telling richer stories of transformation, documenting farmer success cases, and creating content that empowers community to move from knowledge to action. And I think Professor talked about that, moving from knowledge to action. And so we are saying, together we can build a more inclusive, sustainable, and food secure future. And before I end, like our guest yesterday, people from the ministry like ending on a happy note. And this is a picture that excites my heart. So in St. Bakita, where we established the circular gardens, so the teacher shared with us this photo, I think on Tuesday. And so these are the students who participated in establishing the gardens. And so because, like I mentioned, we come from Mukuru and food is a challenge. So each pupil here has got a bunch of vegetables that they will go and present to their parents for dinner that night. And that gives me a lot of excitement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eunice. We'll have Paris coming up next. Is it true that women don't have time to get onto social media and YouTube? I have live examples that I can share nowadays. Remember, these are not abstracts, but rather innovations. Huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Is Ibrahim Mashere here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
You're next, huh? So if you want to use Peter's laptop, you... Okay. What is happening?
Hello, my name is Grace Chege and I work for Prodiri. I'm here with my colleague and I'm going to present about empowering farmers with climate smart livestock nutrition by focusing on precision feeding technologies. So, who is Prodiri? Prodiri is based in Nairobi, Kenya, and it helps us to support farmers, and those are dairy and beef farmers in East Africa. We empower farmers with tools, technology, knowledge, skill, and ideas to run a profitable livestock farming operation with prioritizing sustainability every step of the way. So we are experts in advising farmers in dairy and beef, and we also offer skills and training, coaching for extension officers and farmers. And we are also experts in barn design and equipment and managing manure. And we also have a tool that we use for instant feed and soil analysis tool I'm going to show you as we continue, and other relatable innovations. So the technologies that I'm going to present today is a ration formulation tool that we have managed to train over 120 farm advisors, those are extension services, for the last 1 year only. And there's a tool that I'm going to present about forage cost calculator, and also the tool that's of measuring or testing the analysis of soil and feeds and fodder. And another platform that we have is an e-learning, e-daily training platform that we have managed to have 5,000 visitors as of yesterday. And we are looking also into the demonstration farms and plots that we've managed to establish and supported over 2,500 farmers. So the first one is Human Aid. It is a tool that you can download and it's free. And the best thing about this tool, it helps a farmer or an extension service to improve the nutrition by balancing diet so that you can optimize the production of milk. And it helps us to improve the product. It helps us to improve the profitability by maximizing margin above feed costs and also reducing the effects of methane production, that's the greenhouse gases that affects the environment, and other losses. So far we have about 2,000 subscribers, and it is originating from Australia, but in Africa we started with a few number that was about 20 something by 2014, and the last 2 years we have managed good to have a lot of people that have downloaded and used the software, about 2,000 users. So what does Ruminate do, or who can use Ruminate? Mostly the farm coaches, extension services and livestock consultants can use it. Universities and lecturers can incorporate it in school while they're training the nutrition class. And feed manufacturers can use this tool to make feeds and mineral mixes that can complement the forage that is available in their locality. And it's also, you can also use it in the dairy processors, like in cooperatives where you're collecting milk. And researchers can use it to understand what the needs of the farmer and the output that we can have in the environment. And then NGOs and government agencies are also, they are also our target, and they can use to strategize production of forage and making diets for farmers. So the farmers themselves, they need also to use it if they have been trained, because it's a little bit technical. That's why we focus mostly in extension services, because they have the knowledge of nutrition. So our case study started in 2018 to 2020, whereby we had about 60 farms or dairy farms from Uganda and Tanzania, and Uganda and Kenya, sorry. And with this, we had some impact that we decided this tool is good to be used by farmers and extension service. I'm going to show you some results about it. And currently, we have trained nearly 125 new registered in different areas in Ethiopia and in Kenya. And we are continuously developing the feed library, that is populating the software with tropical forages that are around our area. And currently we are in talk with Malawi and other cooperatives that we are working to train their extension service. So while you're using Ruminate, there's steps that we take in a farm. We call it a farm walk, which is quite important. And most of the extension officers or a user should be trained to go through these steps. There are close to 7 steps, whereby we need to observe the cow and get the cow signals, like body condition score and the rest. And then we also look at the availability and the quality of feeds in a farm, and we can use it by also adding it in the Ruminate software, so that you can make rations. And after that, we look at the cow environment, that is the bank structure, and how comfortable the cows are. And then the next thing about cows, we look at the milking pan and the environment of milking a cow. Then assess the manager or the farm owner's ability to take care of these animals and what are the gaps they have. Then lastly, we can look at the records, and we've noticed that we have less or no records in most of the farms, so it's a good step to start and helping the farmers to get good records about their cows and the feed. Lastly, after all this, now you can make a diet. So these are one of the impact in milk production when we did our study in Uganda and our trials in Uganda and Kenya. And you can notice that some cows were around average of 11.2, and by the end of the trials, we had a positive of over 34%, 37% in Kenya. In margin above feed costs, in short, is milk price minus the feed cost. Then we've seen there was an increment of between 20 to 39% in both these countries. And in also etheric methane emission intensity, it had reduced by close to 22% in both these countries. The next tool is a forage cost calculator that helps farmers to calculate the yield they're getting in a farm in different angles by looking at the yield per hectare or acre, dry matter, metabolizable energy, and crude protein, and these are the things that we use to make rations, so we need to look at the cost of this. We have this tool and it's available. Next, we have this tool that is a handheld scanner from AgroCares. We have partnered with AgroCares to use this tool and help farmers to understand that they have to look at the quality of soil as they plant forages, and the qualities of feed ingredients. Those are single source feed ingredients, and for example maize silage as forage or other grasses. So through forage analysis, we are able to make a balanced ration that can complement the farm and the cow, and it will help farmers get higher margin. Another tool that we have is an e-dairy training and extension model. There's a platform that is available for anyone to use. There's a lot of information we have, understanding the cow and even making buns, the quality of the steps of making a better bun for the cows. And we have sectioned it into 4, whereby a basic farmer can use the basics where there's a lot of pictures, more than wording, and later if an extension officer needs to use it or advisor, they can use the level 3 with more details. There are other platforms we have also engaged with. This is by SNB, and there's a link on the bottom if you want to look at it. There's more materials there that we have worked together with them, and they're available for the farmers to use or any user. And lastly, there's the demonstration farm. And these are forage demonstration farms. So we are continuously recommending that we have demonstration farms near farmers. And recently we have worked with Agritera in Baringo and Bomet County to achieve this. They are mostly established near collection centers because farmers can easily engage with extensions there when they're bringing their milk. They can see the new technologies on seeds and feed varieties. So in conclusion, Ruminate is a free tool. That's why we use it, because most farmers may not afford to buy a subscription tool. And we have a masterclass for the training that takes about 3 weeks. And we work with farmers so that we can coach them or any user to know and to understand how to make rations for the farm and get better margins. Takeaway message here is we don't have sound knowledge with our farmers, and we need more trainings and support for the extension officers so that they can have these details to help farmers improve their margins. There is less record that is seen in the field, and record keeping is still not well done. And diet formulation software is only useful if it's integrated with other kind of coaching in the farm. For example, understanding forage production and conservation of forages. And feed analysis will help to boost and predict a good ration for the farmer. And also soil analysis will improve our soils and help farmers get more yields in a farm. So this tool will help stakeholders in the feed markets and in the dairy field and beef feed field to help them understand how to make rations with better margin. Thank you.
Thank you, Paris. And thank you also for keeping time. Ibrahim, you can come up next. Is Nadias in the house? You are coming up next, huh? If you want to send your presentation to Peter, please do so.
Good afternoon. So imagine the fish you took and the vegetables were grown in Nairobi. What would come to your mind? like contamination. And that is the reason why this project was started, so that we can grow healthy crops in the city. In fact, I know there is a county government official here. Luckily, he knows that the county is coming up with a policy whereby food production in Nairobi will become legal. Right now, you know it is not legal to grow crops in Nairobi. You know that? Even the small vegetable garden that you do in Nairobi, legally it is not allowed. But that policy is coming up so that at least you can be able to grow healthy and of course nutritious food in Nairobi. So I'm a Charger from Kenyatta University, and we have this project whereby we are looking at the integrated circular technologies in the city food, whereby you can grow crops and you can as well raise animals. I don't know why this thing is giving everybody problems. Everybody who comes here with this computer of my friend Peter is a problem. Yeah, good. So Periapan, of course, you know there is that food insecurity, and we came up with some innovation. One of them, and I'm happy, one of the colleagues in Kiabu talks about the BSF, whereby you can use waste by conversion using the black soldier fly. You are able to come up with some BSF larvae that can be utilized to grow animals as feed, and of course chicken and the rest, including fish. And again, the flask that comes in, of course, you can be able to utilize it to produce liquid fertilizer and normal organic fertilizers. So basically, this is the way it is done. You first of all, you have the flask, you ferment for two weeks. We have done research on it, and we have found that after 2 weeks, you are able to get a very good liquid fertilizer which have a lot of nutrients. And this is some of the simplified hydroponics that we have come up with, which of course we use the liquid fertilizer to grow them. And it produces very nice crops, and we have also tested the nutritional capacity for those vegetables, and they were quite okay. So we have an aquaponic again, whereby the BSF you got and you prepare your own feed. You can be able to feed the fish. Of course, the fish is there. The waste from fish can be utilized to grow crops. And after the crops grows, of course, again, those crops are able to purify the water that goes back to the fish pond, and you can be able to reduce the usage of water, and you can get even clean water with that. So this is a test that we have done, and it works very well. Yeah, so these are some of the crops we have evaluated in our greenhouse, the spinach, and you can see how beautiful they are. Those are aquaponic, and that indicates it's possible to grow crops in smaller areas in towns. Yeah, for the feed pellet preparation. This is just a procedure that one can follow, which is very simple. You can dry the larvae, you grind them, and you can use even crude method of grinding, the simplest one. And after that, of course, you can be able to get the fish pellet as well as chicken pellet. Yeah, through this, we have managed to meet about 140 plus Penyabani farmers, which we have engaged them through demos and training them. We have trained 4 youth groups for 1 week sessions, whereby they even get certificates after that 1 week on the hands-on training on this. And we also did what most of you maybe would like to see most, the road shows. You see the road shows whereby you have caravans. So we are trying to promote this through the road shows event. And we have also trained many youth and we women in our neighborhood in KU, whereby we have an informal setup in Kiwanja. Yeah, currently the uptake is a little bit lower. It's around 4%, which is low, but we know we have already been there for this is our 4th year, so we expect it going forward. The uptake probably would be increased. We are also mentoring young students through the trainings, and of course they also come to see what is happening in our research area. And we know the projections we have, around 20% next year will be possible. So generally, as I said, we have trained around 4 groups of different groups of young farmers and youth, all over from Nairobi. And of course, they got the certificates. We are also promoting this with the high schools. So we invite high schoolers to come, and around almost 11 groups have come with over 100 students. These ones we think, in our modeling, we think it is possible when you train young high schoolers, they will tell their parents about this kind of production setup, but they can let their parent, of course, take it up. Yeah, so again, we have onboarded some farmers. Onboarding means we are doing research together, because it is also a part of research we do. So they take some of our innovation to their farm, and we collect data from their farms to see whether it has any effect or any advantage to them. So basically, we have about 11 onboarded farmers who have signed even contract. We have had many high-level persons coming to our place to see what is happening there. I think 3 months ago we hosted the governor of Kiabu, which was very good, and it was really encouraging. So group visitors are also many. Individuals who have visited are around 87, and we have done one road show. So this is the KM, the informal setup I have talked about. We have around 57 farmers in KM, and most of them have adopted this technology. And you can see that this farmer who recently was able to prepare some chicken pellets for his animals. Yeah, so we collaborate with other NGOs. Of course, we also have Incentive Global Network, whereby this project is within Africa, so we have other people we cooperate with in other countries. And we have talked about cooperation with the farmers on the borders. We are working together with them. And of course, the other researchers and students also are part of our work. So this is one of what I have talked about, some farmers who have even have the rooftop vegetable production in their residence. And we have seen that because we collect data even at the farm level. We have seen that the yield for them have increased to almost 32% for cowpea and 26% for bananas and 44% for the night. Normally what we do, we normally set for them the setup of the innovation. Of course they buy all the components because we don't buy for them. Then we have the normal soil-based production. Then we collect the data, the normal scientific. So water efficiency have been there for about 56%, which is very encouraging. So gender-wise, of course, we have 33 men and 23 women trained in 1 week. State of the trained youth 200 plus high schoolers have come to our project. And this is not so relevant. So I think I'm done. So the thing is, this is a movement for food security and youth empowerment. So we are not just teaching the farmers, but we are empowering those communities. And imemaliza. Asanteni.
Thank you, Ben. You've kept time well. Ladies? Do we have Itonga? Not with us. So this will be the last presentation before we get into Q&A and comments, and then we enter the closing session.
Sales of farm inputs and advisory services. Agriculture is the backbone of our livelihood. In Syros, we limit ourselves. It's good to have systems so that we can have a complete system that is sustainable. As a business, we embrace collaboration and inclusivity to improve impact involvement train men in our business. Our goal is to bring zeros, build systems, empower farmers for long-term change. So far, we have been able to reach over 3,000 farmers, with women being the highest in percentage, that is 60%, men 30%, and youth 10%. We are promoting various technologies, starting with bag gardening. We go straight to bag gardening. This is the bag we are talking about. It's called bags. It is applicable both in urban and peri-urban areas. You can plant different vegetables, supply different food to your family, and save on space and resources like water. We are also promoting IPM, integrated pest management, in managing pests in our farms, not just necessarily relying on agrochemicals. We have such traps. That's the farm that has traps. We have the yellow, blue, and the other one that's also for spraying, for FCM, to be used in traps like delta trap. The other innovation we are promoting is water harvesting. In our rural areas, we find that farmers mainly rely on maize-led agriculture, and during the rainy season, we are encouraging them to harvest water, at least to have continuous supply of water to run their projects like farming vegetable, either in the kitchen or in commercial purposes. We are also promoting sales. We are promoting planting of improved seed. There before, farmer used to get seed from a neighbor to plant for the next season, but right now we are promoting use of varieties like maize. We are promoting use of hybrids based on our climatic condition. We have seen an increase in production from the previous seasons. On age and gender inclusivity, we do organize farmer training session where we include everyone. In the youth, men, women, and young children during the training. We have collaborated with Murang'a County on a collaborative approach and linkages. We have partnered with Murang'a County government, whereby we are selling farm inputs to farmers, mainly the registered farmers for milk and mango in the e-wallet program. That is Inua Mkulima program. It's a digitized system whereby the farmer purchases the inputs and the record is auto-recorded, and on my end, it's also recorded. You can retrieve the information from the previous sales since the commencement of the project. We also have a WhatsApp farmer group whereby we disseminate information either from the county government. I've said we have collaborated with the Murang'a County. Through the same, we have a WhatsApp group through the Murang'a County government. They pass the information concerning agriculture. We do pass the information from them to the farmers group. Mr. King, I appreciate and call for action. Breaking silos has allowed us to build a resilience system where farmers thrive. Thank you to our partners in Murang'a County, our funders, our farmers, and a request for more partnership. Maurice Menoni and I, we are both youths, and we have several challenges. As youths, it's not very easy running any business without ground or financial support. We are looking forward to breaking the seal to start distributing to other Olympic sellers. If there's a partner, we can appreciate for that. And I'm also doing the exhibition out there. I would request to pass outside. We have seedlings, we have seeds, at least promote us as seeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Medias. Thank you for using less time than allocated. Now it's back to us. We've had presentations of different innovations from Eunice with a YouTube channel, mainly for urban extension service provision. We've had Paris with Rumen 8 and some good innovations in livestock. Ibrahim with different toolboxes providing different innovations. Then we have Nedias with the innovations that they provide. Do you have any comments, questions? Let's take 5 minutes for that, then we get into the closing session. Who wants to go first? Yes, Prof.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all the presenters for the good work that they are doing. My question goes to Eunice. I happened to check out your YouTube channel, and so the kind of videos that you post, they are very good, very well prepared, almost like, if the professional made it, not extreme professional, but good videos. So I wanted to ask, how did you get to that level of making such videos? Are there people you are partnering with? Is it that you build your capacity? Or how does one, an ordinary extension worker, get to a level of having a YouTube channel where you can post videos? Because actually it is a very effective method that you're using. Thank you.
Anybody else with a question, comment? The presenters take note of your questions.
Good afternoon. Mine is just a comment to the team that presented an innovation about using black soldier fly to break down organic waste into organic fertilizers. And mine is just to give a testimony of how that innovation is quite useful to the farmers. We've used it with the farmers in Kiambu to grow coffee, and they have actually given a testimony of having their bushes a bit more healthy and green and continued flowering. The idea is to increase we've had a challenge because I've been sourcing for organic inputs on behalf of farmers, and we've had a challenge with the distribution pattern for that kind of organic fertilizer among others, definitely. So if you could increase, or you could even share how we could say partner or find a way to have that product reach the farmers within a very short time. We've identified e-commerce that can stock products at needed level to help farmers reach that product quite easily. So my point is that's a good product and you're doing a good job. Thank you.
Anyone else got a question or comment? Okay, there is none, then Miss.
Thank you all, thank you, Prof, for that comment. How did I get here? Like I said, I found myself having more time and farmers are not there to be trained. And so I thought, what can I do to give the much information that I have gathered, the trainings and the experience that I have over time. So that is when I thought about the YouTube channel. So what I did, I looked for, I used my salary, so to speak,
to do the production of the video. So I approached some people who do videography, and so we not really partnered. So I told them I would be paying this amount of money, and then you come, we shoot the videos. So the people don't have the agricultural background. So I'm the one who has the agricultural background. So the guy we work with, his work is for him to come and shoot the videos, and then now I help him see how the videos will run. So I am an amateur, so to speak, but the grace has been sufficient. I think that's what I would say. Thank you.
I think the other one was more of a comment, a compliment. I don't know if we have any other question or any of the presenters wants to respond.
Maybe Eunice, the figure 6.5% women and age bracket of 55 to 64 at 9.5%. And you know most of our active farmers are in the bracket of 50 to 60. But those who have opened that channel is only 9.5, within 6.5. But then in that case, are you really reaching the right population, the right target? In terms of is your YouTube effective to reach the right people who are supposed to get the information? Because most of the young ones who are opening maybe are not even farming. Probably they are just enjoying the stories. I think that is for you. Probably to, and then to Ibrahim Macharia. Actually, what is contributing to the low adoption rate? You know, 4% of hydroponics or black soldier fly. 4% for 4 years. That is really a big gap. Then what is the way forward for that particular problem? I think that is all. And Lydia Swami, I don't know, was that really back gardening or was it a multi-story garden? It's a picture in the show. I don't know really whether that was back gardening. We called it back gardening. But I was seeing it differently, like a multi-story garden. And again, you said you were selling, you know, high-yielding varieties. Where could you do sort of, you are buying from where? And could you have an estimate of how much money seeds you have sold to farmers?
Thank you.
Yeah, basically looking at agricultural adoption rate, 4 is still quite okay. But in our side, we don't say it is very good. But looking at the people we have trained, the main reason why they are not adopting, especially the black soldier fly, is more on the capital. The costing is basically on how they can be, the infrastructure required, because they require a greenhouse to do the production, and of course the starting BSF seeds. So that we have seen actually as the main reason why they are not taking it very well. But for the hydroponics and the rest, I think they are quite well adopted with the people we have trained. Yeah, so if you get some groups organized, especially especially for farmers, that they have some capital that they may want to expand black soya production. It is quite very easy because we have so many farmers in groups now, especially within KU and some part of Kiabu, whereby they have managed to start the BSF production. Thank you.
Okay, they are called corn bags. They are round. Each has a piece. Corn. Yeah. I have some outside here. You can visit us and purchase some. And the other one was on variety. We do purchase our inputs. We have run the business since 2021. We have repeated supplier. We are sure of the sources of the inputs, of the seeds. We are talking about the varieties, and they are high producing. We have tested and have been successful.
You talked about the age group of the viewers, and I didn't give the entire breakdown. So from the analytics, we have it is showing, okay, of course, 13 to 17, a few of them have phones, but so there it is 0, then from 18 to 24, we also have 0 there. And then now these other statistics that I gave is where we have got the bulk of the farmers are from 35 to 34 years, and then 21.3% are 40 to 54, and then 55 to 64, 9.5%. And as I have been checking on these statistics, and that is why I said in my concluding remarks that we can deepen these stories. Actually, when I was thinking about this YouTube channel, I thought of having it in different languages. I can have it in English and then have it in the local language, but I thought it is actually a lot of work, being an amateur, like I said. So I said, let me just do it in English, and then as we proceed, we'll see how can we collaborate, how can we bring many other people on board. We can even have the Farmers Friends TV, and we can have like what we have Citizen, broadcasting in different languages. So that is growth that we anticipate, but as we continue studying the figures, they will guide us, even as we collaborate with other people, how best can we disseminate prevention messages. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to comment about the kind of model or approach that Eunice is using for her videos. That she has the content, somebody else has the expertise on making of the video. So you look for people whom you can work with who know. And sometimes we fear technology because we think we must have it all right, we must be experts. But we don't have to wait until we get to that level of being experts. We with the content can team up with those who have the technical knowledge that we need, and we work together very effectively. And this is one way in which you can be able to check even the quality of information that is put out there on the social media. Because sometimes you'll find the person who's making the video is that who's the source of the content, because they want to be able to make the money from those videos, and they don't go for the experts who have the knowledge. So we should encourage that kind of partnership and collaboration. We don't have to have every skill among us. Of course, it's good to have the basics, but let's not wait until we are experts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope there is no one we are leaving out with a comment or a question. Thank you for your, yes.
Thank you. Just on the topic of videos, so if you've got a good computer, most of them will have software for editing videos. And there are lots of sites online that you can get free music, and there are lots of editing tools that you can use. It's not difficult to actually do videos yourself. The more I was thinking about it, I was thinking that maybe part of what we should be looking at in the coalition is teaching and training how people can make their videos, because Esther's videos are great, but imagine if all the extension guys that were out there, all the ADBs, etc., could make their own little videos for their community as well. It would be great. It's not exceptionally difficult. I've got 48 videos on the iCal site. I think 2 of them have been professionally made, and the rest are just on my computer with my software. So it's not very difficult, but it is a bit of a learning curve. But I think that we could embed that into part of what the coalition offers to everybody. We should.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that is encouraging, and we always complaining that the people who are putting content advising farmers are not professionals in agriculture, because those of us who are professionals in agriculture are afraid of venturing into some of these innovations. I have like 25 years in agriculture, in extension, government, private sector, civil society, NGOs, and all that. I always want to find a space where I can share my knowledge, not just through forums like this, but also scale it up and reach many people, and that I can only achieve by using technology, social media. But I don't know how to do it. So this is encouraging. I mean, you're not an novice, as you say, and with the Sue's comment, I think the only thing you can do is start. Then you can improve on it as you go along. Kinyanjo, you want to say something?
I just want to add that in Nairobi, we do a lot of these videos, and with major media houses. And one of the things that the major media houses are careful about is to consult us. They'll do the videos, they'll work with you. Most of the content is usually given by the extension officers, and especially around this time, even in the Nairobi International Trade Fair. Very few media houses from BBC, Citizen, Nation will do a video on agriculture without coming to the extension officer to make sure that the content that they pass is correct. So it is possible to get an expert, and then you go through the content, and especially the wording, including these big ones that run on TV. There's always an extension person behind that, and we are always glad to offer that service. So I think we can be able to do it with the editing tools, and also we also want to thank the Gen Zs. They're very good at using those tools, and especially using their iPhones, able to do short videos, and then you provide the content, so it's possible.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I think at this point I want to hand over the program to Peter. I'm not sure if I'll speak again, but it's been a pleasure moderating this. I don't do this often. I was requested because the person, if you saw the program, it's Dr. Hoya who was supposed to be here moderating, but he requested me to step in for him, and I hope I did justice. I appreciate the networks that I have created here, and also the knowledge that I've gathered. I hope everyone got and learned something new on how we can improve our extension and move it from the silo kind of mentality to system thinking and ecosystem sort of approach to extension. So thank you for the time that you've interacted, and now thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. You have done a good job. let's clap for him. Yes, so we are coming to almost the tail end of our 2 days conference discussion symposium, and let me say I am very, very happy about that. Now, we have had quite a number of presentations, and out of it, we had met as a team, and we had evaluated those presentations, and we thought it is important we share all these presentations with you, and we really want to appreciate those people who presented. And I would just we want to issue some certificates, and I would like just to explain how we did this. We were looking at, particularly on the issue of innovations, and what we have been able to see, we have been looking at a number of parameters. And because we were looking at extension, and you know what extension is, actually this was spearheaded by a subcommittee of the board of CAFAS. We were able to say, how many people did you reach? The practicality of some of the things we are doing. And out of that, we were able to identify a number of winners. We are not saying there are any losers, no, but of course we have some winners in relation to this, and you have even heard what they are doing. The only challenge is that this certificate is not signed by the CS. We were supposed to be here, but we'll be able to make sure that these certificates are signed by the CS so that we can be able to give them to you. But for the sake of our activity, I would like to invite Madam Lillian, Dr. Lillian from AFAS, to be able to come and award these certificates, but we'll be able to make sure that they are signed and they'll be able to reach to you. Okay, I don't want to put a lot of anxiety, so I just go straight to what we are giving. So I don't want it because of time. When the team assessed, they were able to identify one Eunice Wainaina Karaja as the best in the innovation. So she's actually the winner of the during the first national conference, which was held today here at Desmond Tutu. So Eunice, you can come for your certificate, for your photo, it will be taken, and then you will make sure that it will be signed by the appropriate office in the ministry. So let's appreciate. We are not going to share, and we are trying to invite our extension officers. Let's always share so that we can be able to really have the power to be able to do that. The other one, the first runner-up is Pelis Mudoni Shege. Unfortunately, she has gone, but I was told to let Sue correct this one for her. Yeah, so it's also going to be signed. Then we have the second is Emmanuel Wafula. Yeah, then we have for the participation, we have Nelias Waboi. Dr. Ibrahim Masharia. Yeah, they were very sensitive. And we have one for Agnes. So Agnes will be able to collect it from the office. taken a photo.
I'm so proud. This is the lady who has made me part of what I am.
Systems, yes.
So I was also on the side. So thank you very much.
Thank
To be
you.
able to
It's
share with
very
you.
fulfilling for a teacher to be awarded by
By the
their
students.
Yes.
So thank you very much. I think that is what we had as the certificates for now. I don't. We still have other certificates because you are supposed also to get a certificate of participation. So you'll be able also to work around that, but you can come and just get a photo. Yes. I remember John Lawrence. So we are really happy for the efforts we are making. It is just a very small start, but we hope it will grow and it will be a very good day. So thank you very much. So now coming to the tail end of this, before I invite the person who is going to officially close for us. So, because I think I'll be able to. So we have been trying to capture as much information as possible, and we are trying to look at this, and you tell us whether it captures this, that we are saying we, the participants of the Agriculture Extension Coalition, convened on 16 and 17, in recognizing that extension services are pivotal for agriculture transformation, food security, and rural livelihood, serving as the critical bridge or glue between agriculture research and practice. Extension services have been acknowledged in continental and national development strategies, including Post-Marabo goals and Continental Soil Health and Fertilizer Action Plan, Post-Marabo CADAP Agenda 2026 to 2035, and national agriculture strategies, including ASTGS. Then that public extension system faces significant challenges, and hence the need to embrace holistic extension system, leverage on the strength of the different actors as we seek to address the low extension reach at the first mile. Generally, extension service remains fragmented, chronologically underfunded, and disconnected from farmers. I don't know whether that is what we are saying, all of us. So there is weak collaboration between various stakeholders working in the extension space, and quality assurance is largely weak, further undermining the effectiveness of extension services. Emerging pressures from urbanization, climate change, food safety requirements, and youth unemployment, and the need to reach the marginalized segment of our community demand new approaches and segments. So a coordinated coalition is essential to transform extension from fragmented silos into integrated system that can meet agricultural demand currently and in the future, while facilitating the realization of the KSAP goal of, we call the Agriculture Extension Coalition 2, 1, establish innovation and multi-actors platform at all levels, that is national, county, and that connect government, private sector, academia, all the actors at the same time. Number 2, strengthen research and development. Number 3, build capacity and reform extension curriculum through a number of services where we are talking of standardization of extension curriculum, integrating soft skills. You are told by professors that they are like critical thinking, communication, problem solving into training programs, addressing emerging issues, particularly the climate adaptation, food safety, agroecology, soil health, urban food system, digital literacy, agripreneurship, among others. Develop forward-looking curriculum that prepares extension workers for the future and make extension education attractive to the youth. 4. Scale extension innovation tools and models by first systematically mapping out and classifying existing tools and models like iCow, DigiCow, smart input services, among others, institutionalizing successful extension models to ensure they are embedded within the extension delivery system. Then we have leveraging AI, ICT, and emerging technology while addressing digital divide challenges to ensure inclusive reach. Number 5, support knowledge management, dissemination, and actioning through establishment of centralized knowledge hubs as repositories for extension information, data, and case studies. Develop comprehensive manuals and reference materials for extension service providers from new entrants, documenting the new technology and innovation, creating coordination, knowledge sharing system through online libraries, communities of practice, and regional networks. Number 6, we are looking at professionalization and assurance, quality assurance of extension service through implementation of existing standard guidelines, develop code of conduct and extension profession, establish an independent quality assurance body to regulate, e.g. the extension profession, implement certification system for service providers, including those not trained through formal education paths such as VBAs, and promote ethical practices, accountability, and continuous professional development. Then we facilitate sustainable financing and resource mobilization to support delivery of extension service by aligning the development support from national policies, aspiration, coordination, extension, financing for greater impact, and elimination of intervention duplication, and ensure long-term financing sustainable through innovation practices, financing model, and create an enabling policy environment for extension to thrive. Then we are looking at emphasizing that the implementation of the action should be guided by principles of farmer-first centrality, social inclusivity, system thinking, collaborative governance, evidence-driven, participatory, all stakeholders, and sustainable priority. And the Agriculture Extension Coalition should leverage on the strength of diverse extension workers. So we have stakeholders. So we have different workers within this. So we have identified all of them where we have the role of each. So I may not really go to a lot of details because of time, but you can see we have identified each of these, including all of us. Make sure that your institution is part of this, where coalition will be part of it. So finally, we recommend that the Agriculture Coalition, using this solution, the workshop recommends, and any other relevant reports and documentation develops an implementation strategy that will transform extension service delivery from silos to system. So that is what we have as our communique, and I want to get your input before we can adopt it, and then we say this is what we are going to take forward. Yes?
That was fast.
Yeah, it was fast.
It's a lot to adopt, but I see that there's something, the word was never used. The word nutritional security has not been used in this document.
Okay,
and we
so
should be underpinning all our agricultural practices to produce nutrients, not just volumes. Yeah?
So stakeholders you have heard, we are talking of nutrient
density and
nutrient density, nutrient security. So our laboratory is capturing that. So if you're able to add that, you are comfortable with our community and what we can be able to follow. Any other input? Yes, Dr. Kirigai, Professor, yes. Kampala Declaration, not Malabo, yes. It's actually now the new Kampala Declaration. So our rapporteur must say you have captured that. It's Kampala Declaration 2026-2035. Yes, Philemon? Yes. Accreditation. Yeah, so certification and accreditation, or they
on that same note, when we talked about standardization of agricultural extension education, which systems are we talking about? Does this include everything from standardization, or is it just going to be a one system, or does it include all systems? I'm speaking now from a regenerative perspective. And I'm imagining there are some individuals who may be speaking just from a conventional ag perspective. What system are we going to say is a system that Kenya wants to take forward? Are we going to say we're going to be inclusive of all, or we're going to choose one? Because we're going to get in a mess if we don't define that in this document.
Okay, yeah, in this document, which system are we proposing? Of course, we have talked of this both system, formal and informal. So we did have to look, and of course now we are even going to CBC. So we did need to look at all of them, including the tertiary.
I'm not talking about the levels, I'm talking about the focus.
Or the focus.
Actual, is it conventional agriculture, which is very high input agriculture, the way we've been doing it in the past?
Yeah.
Or are we now going to say, actually, we also want to look at regenerative agriculture coming into this space?
Yes.
Some people will say it should be organic agriculture. I'm just saying, when we come to say that there's a system that the government is going to endorse as the extension system, which ones are we talking about?
It told very clearly both regenerative, that organic, and conventional, because they are all playing very critical role. And you do not, I remember when we went to the fertilizer and soil summit in Nairobi, that one came out very clear, particularly the issue of soil health. So let's say we need to capture that. Yeah. So in the document, we have the document. Yes, yes. SDGs. That's where now. Here, number 2.
So including SDGs.
Yes. Yeah, we put CASA at national level.
And then I was thinking, maybe we avoid examples.
We just have.
When you say digital, there's so many.
Yeah, we avoid the examples. No, there, because this one is more of a framework. So that can be used. Good. Yes, Julius?
Can't hear, maybe the mic.
The mic? Yeah, we had another mic. Oh, it is here. I'm the one who was hiding it.
So, first of all, I would really like to appreciate what KEFAS have done for us as the DCs. We are the first cohort on digital extension, and I'm glad we've been doing that for a while. But there's a question that the lady here, alikuwa ameuliza, yes? Yes, Baba. Yes, alikuwa ameuliza, how do we ensure sustainability, especially in terms of employment, of these young extensionists come entrepreneurs in such a way that even if we train them, like for us we were trained, such that even if wanapata kazi, they don't like shift. It was such a thing. So I guess it's something that really needs to be addressed. So secondly,
the issue of mobility of the youth, because we are very mobile. We train the DCs in somewhere, China to wherever. Yeah, but it's a very good system.
So it's on sustainability. The other thing, there's something on opportunities, and these opportunities are from the challenges that we face. At least I'll quote my case and just allow me to be a bit biased, because at least Mongi and the KEFAS team know what I've really been doing. But it's been a bit tough because I've been using my own resources to come up with like the AI model, to come up with the academy and such other things. For the presenters who have been here, I've not had people who have talked of the challenges that we are facing and maybe opportunities for collaboration. And that's why yesterday I was so keen on Sue, what Sue has done.
because it's the same journey for the deceased, you have to be a bit resilient. So my question is, can we, or what I would ask is, can we use such a platform, first of all, to equip the youth that we are here, or the youth that are here, with those business models, and then we give them mentorship, a mentorship that we have like follow-up. Because for my case now, Nasu nitamshika mkono kabisa, because I want to know what she has done, how resilient she has been, so that I don't drop off. You see? So I believe we have very good partners here. We have people who are doing great things here. Can we start with the digital connectors who are here, or the young people who are here, then we give them mentorship from business education all through business registration, so that we can be of impact to other young and women.
Thank you very much. I think Marcel capture that, the issue of mentorship and coaching among the youth, the entrepreneurs, that one also needs to be captured there. And we always give you opportunities, and we still continue giving you, and even working around. In fact, Sue would be available for you. In fact, even if you want us to visit her place with you. So it's networking. Sometimes we may not just come and formally tell you network here, but you see during the break time and lunch, there's a lot of networking. So it's also a benefit out of that. So, yeah, yes. We have two quick ones now, because of time. I know some people are going far. And then we just have a proposer and a seconder, then we finish. Yes.
The issue of private extensionists, how to encourage and how to bring them on board, because there's a lot of people doing a lot of work out there on their private capacity. How do we get them to be part of the collaborative action
Yeah, point is taken, because we are looking at both public and private, and you see that is the aim of this coalition. So we don't want at this level to bring more, and that's what I was saying, we need even to have a database of all those people you train, and then we can be able to link them. So there are a lot of things we can be able to do together. And I remember the call to action was for us to stop working in silos and work as a system. So it will be captured, but of course we'll be able to share this community with everybody, and then we can follow up with the action. Yes?
Yes, I have the issue with being on the ground. For instance, we have these JASCOM and the CASCOMs in the counties. For instance, like right now, I know you know Mr. Kisia. We should have incorporated this so that even in the counties on the ground, they are aware of what is happening, and also make use of the national projects like NACCDP, because we are seeing them there on the ground, so they are able to incorporate these issues. So maybe you can add somewhere on the issues so that you make sure you're on the ground. And also, as CAREFAS, you can also go on the ground to be with the ministry, the people representing the ministries on the ground, the extensionists, and all that. That is my take.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we have now CDP. We have quite a lot of projects. Of course, we collaborate at some high level. Kule chini, because of devolution, we have been supported by Wanagirigai in some of the CASCOMs, but you know CASCOMs are also not very active. And they were presented yesterday, but we need to strengthen it. It's all ours, but it's noted.
Yeah, so I think that's a critical point. We just talked about development of platforms.
Yes.
That say strengthen and give CASCOM. And as I said, Vincent Kamau was not around, but the grant that we are going to give the ministry and the county governments, of course, CAREFAS is in, one of those objectives is domesticating CASE at that local, at county level. So the issue of CASCOM comes out strong. So I think that's a very good point.
And you are starting in 17 counties?
Around 17.
Around 17.
Can we start with Kiabu?
Okay, so we would want to say, I think from all the deliberations, You can see our rapporteur has done a very good job. She has captured everything, and that is why I have given this you this opportunity for us to be able to see what is the output of these 2 days. And that one is this, it will be finalized well, and it will be shared with different partners, and we can be able to see how we can be able to move forward. So at this time, I want to thank you very much, and then I will invite Professor Kelikai atupatie 1-1 because he's actually the one representing the county. Then from there, I will give Banakulesh, Dr. Kiria can say something. Then eventually I will be able to hand on to Daphne, who has been representing our chairman to guide on the closing. Thank you very much. You can clap for me.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure being part of this group. I would say that I have heard a lot of positive things being said around Murang'a. But is one man who has not been recognized, who is always behind the scenes. And I want Francis to stand. Yes. When we developed the county law on agroecology, we didn't have anybody to help us publish it so that it can go to the government printers, and even coordinating with some people called FCAs. Very complicated. There was one man who was available through his programs to support us to actually take that law to the government printers and coordinate us with the county assembly. And he was also available to help us in publishing and printing our policy. So let us clap for this man. Thank you very much. But now, to all of you, many people are waiting to actually get better so that they can actually show what they are doing. And I like what the innovators that were presented here are doing. It's a small book. It's called the 22 Immutable Laws of Marketing. 22 Immutable Laws of Marketing. The first law in that book says, it is better to be fast than to be better. Don't wait until you perfect what you are doing so that you should tell the world what you are doing. You may be the only one who is thinking about what you are thinking. Keep doing it. You will be amazed at what number of people will come to support you. When Qureshi started BBS, he didn't know that it would become a flagship for Agra. We keep talking about when Agra was moving from research to extension. Right now, you may be seeing him here as an old man, but the work he has done for this country is enormously exciting. Keep doing what you are doing. Do it well. You might stand and even fund others, like he's promised in 17 counties. I know he will actually remember others. Thank you very much. Actually, you know we work.
Okay, wow. Oh yeah, sorry. No, I was going to agree with you. Qureshi really has done a lot of work. Of course, he was my lecturer at the university. So when he's telling me stand and talk, you know, he's dictating his students, so he knows I can't say no. So, and of course, he was also my boss at
TCRAF, we worked together for many years. I remember one time, when we were doing our masters, I think it was 1999, and we were seeing in the TV, he's talking about extension. So he really started this extension work a long time ago. We really appreciate him. So I just want to agree with your comments. So I have been given a note here. The participants who are here and you have not signed the 2 forms outside there, please see Faith and then sign. So I was just, yeah, Faith is there. Faith, please, yes. Okay, wait, let me help you. If you know you have not signed, raise up your hand. No, I want to finish this. Anyone? Okay, one, not now. I just want to see, so that we are not just making a blanket announcement. Anyone else? Okay, so Faith, now you know your clients. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I really want to, of course, thank Peter, Dr. here, the people who we were working together to of course, organize this symposium. We started quite a while, and I'm happy just to see it come to this far. Indeed, when you do something and then you see the product, the deliverable, then of course you become very happy. So I am one very happy person. Yes, and Waziri, as you have said, Kuresh started the VBA and then he threw it to me. So now I'm the one running in the country. So just to share that. And of course I don't do that alone. George Babuka is there. Of course, first of all, it's the county government. So the sustainability of the VBA model is anchored on the county government. It's the county government leading this. So that's number one. The others, our implementing partners, even Agra, our implementing partners come number 2. We are behind. We are not even anywhere because we are just, just facilitating for our catalytic deliverable output. So that's exactly what we are doing. Yeah, I was supposed to be here from yesterday, but then we had 2 Agra organized workshops taking place at the same place, Fred Hotel. So some of the Agra colleagues were getting lost, coming to another room. They were no. The IGAD meeting is in the other room. And then the other one we were having was for the Regain program. The one where we are starting a program funded by the Green Climate Fund to reduce post-harvest losses of some of the staple crops in this country. So we're just having discussions on that, and we hope to be engaging with the county governments even more. My county director was there, and then he had to go for another meeting in yesterday was supposed to be 4 meetings, including this one. So it was not possible. But of course, I told him that I will be here, and he sent me with his greetings. I hope you've received them. Yes, so I just wanted to express my gratitude on behalf of Agra for accepting, for just accepting, to help the farmers to bring a transformation. Because you see, if you don't accept, then we cannot move as a team. So please just feel much appreciated and know that from the bottom of our hearts, we really appreciate the work that we do. Whenever, like for example, I get a request, Abedi, can we have a VBA come and speak about mechanization, come and speak around? I immediately call George, and then George tells me, okay, either Katiso is a presenting or Baras Mankang is presenting, and he does that within 1 day. He's able to mobilize people, and then I just want to say thank you so much. The work that you do, may God reward you very abundantly. So that is just a few remarks that I have from my desk, and just to say thank you so much. Who is the next?
again. Yes, I just want to take this opportunity on behalf of KEFAS to really appreciate. First of all, if you look to the room, it is just the way we started yesterday, if not more. So let's clap for us. And with that, I want to thank a group that has been working behind the scenes. I want to request the Secretariat of KEFAS kindly stand. The Secretariat of KEFAS. Where is Carmen? Mercy. Yes, let's appreciate. They have been working behind the scenes to make sure that everything is going on as planned. And they started early. And then I also want to thank the KEFAS board. And we had a small committee that was planning for this workshop. Where is Prof? Prof was our chair for that group. And Dr. Machan, where is he? Oh, he's there. And then Philomena is here. And Peter, of course. And let me tell you, that group, we've been sitting for the last 4 months, once every, or sometimes even twice every week. And we are happy that we did that, because looking at the richness of what has been discussed in this room, it is really appreciated. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Agra through Kuresh. Thank you very much. We kept on saying, hey, call him, what does he say? What did he tell you? So Agra, thank you so very much. And of course, our mother, Afas. Yes, you see, we can't be unless Afas is there. And we are proud as the Kenya team because we produced the CEO of Afas. Vivian is still part of us. Yes, she's in Afas, but she's still KEFAS by blood. And thank you so much for always being there. Now, I cannot mention each one of us by name, but it would be very bad of me if I don't say thank you to our moderator, who has kept us so well, I don't know how to put it, but he has made sure that there is no dull moment. Yeah, he was there in between the speakers, in between the activities. Francis, thank you so much, Francis. That was great. And for each and every one of us. I remember when we had the last symposium, county was not as well represented as now. And actually, there is no extension if we don't have the county. And I'm happy that Eunice, you got the first prize. When we reviewed your paper, we said, yes, these are good innovation. And we are not saying it's the only innovation. There's VBS, right? Yes, that is also a very good model. What we are praying for, or for me as an extensionist, is that we'll break the silos. Yeah. Kindly, let's break the silos. Because we have seen presentations and discussion that no one can go alone. Whether it's research, whether it's the partner who is supporting, whether it's KEFAS or the county or the national government, nobody will walk this journey alone. The national government, and so is the county government through Professor Kangai, they said the staff is not there. And sometimes you wonder when you hear people talking about lack of jobs, and here it has been demonstrated how the youth are creating jobs. And we are now stand proud and say we have youth in agriculture. And they are doing marvelous work. Just open your eyes and your ears and you get to know what the youth are doing. So thank you so much. I want to appreciate all the youths in the house. Yes. You are the future. that is here, the young generation. So keep it up, and don't feel like you can't make it. You will. If you are seated here with these big people in front of you, the CECs, somebody like Qureshi here, the CEO of AFAS, the CEO of KFAS, where else can't you go? And yesterday you are rubbing shoulders in the national government also. So I want to encourage the youth. We also started as youths. And whatever we build when we are young is what you are reaping now. I always say youth is a transition. What you invest in that transition is what keeps you going. And my prayer is that when we are old and we can't even stand here, you will be the one telling us what you are doing. And now, without talking too much, because I can talk, extension is part of me. And really, I'm so excited. 2016, we didn't know we'd get this far. Peter, you remember the way it was so hard. Philemona, you remember. Actually, we even used to wonder, what is this big animal we are carrying? Will we be able to carry it? But now, with all these big shoulders to step on, we are going far, all of us. So, in whichever institution you come from, whether you are working individually, whether you are working with others, kindly know that part of you is what is required in the system. Yes, the whole of it is required in the system. So as we live this day, we want to say that the communique that we've come up with is from all of us. And it's going to help us in the next steps that you are going to take. As institutions, you can also borrow something from it and say, this is what I'll run away with. This is what I'm going to work on. So we believe that going forward, we are going to do great and tangible things in the extension area. Extension is the only area where everybody is a doctor. You see, when you go to a doctor and you have issues with your eyes like I had, you have to go to the ophthalmologist or the optician, right? But when you go to agricultural extension and advisory services, anybody feels they can do it. So let's professionalize what you are doing. It doesn't matter whether you have the degree or the diploma, but let's make it professional. The accreditation that we've talked about is very key. So that even the farmers who are producing the food we've been eating and the food we'll continue to eat, they are doing it with the best of advice. So thank you very much. I pray that going forward, the next one will be bigger and better. And we'll have more presentations, we'll have more success stories, and I believe with the support of organizations like AGRA, we'll bring farmers to give their testimonies, because at the end of the day, we want to say, yes, I watched Eunice's video, and this is what I've been able to do. This young man, Simon, yes, I listened to him, and this is what I'm able to do. Those are the things that we look forward to coming the next 4th Symposium, so that we will not be talking, but we'll also have the farmers talking and giving testimonies of what extension services have done for them. Thank you so much. And now I want to invite my sister, Professor Agnes, to close for us in a word of prayer. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you. Let's stand up here. And thank you very much. I want to appreciate our acting chair. She's done a very excellent job. I think you need to appreciate her. Those closing remarks were amazing. She has not written them anywhere. She's just talking. She internalized things. So thank you very much. That was good. And so as we come to the end of our conference today, we just want to thank God so much. It's been amazing. It's been wonderful.
Last year and the year before, we had a one-day conference. Then last year we said, I think it should become 2 days. This year we have seen it has become a reality, and we really thank God. So I don't want to say too much, but let's all stand up in honor of God. Mighty and everlasting Father, we stand before you this afternoon with a lot of humility and gratitude in our hearts. We thank you, Lord, for you have been with us from yesterday when we started our conference, and up to today, O God, you've watched over us, you've helped us through all the deliberations that we have had. We thank you that our program has been successful, O God, and that we've been able to achieve the objectives which we had for this conference. We thank you, Father. Each one of us has been safe, we've been well. We thank you, Lord, for all the people who have presented and contributed towards the success of this program, Lord. We thank you even for every participant, the Secretariat for KEFAS. We thank you so much for ADRA because of sponsoring this, oh God. And we just want to thank you and acknowledge that, Lord, you have given us this opportunity to be a part of the extension fraternity. We thank you, Lord, for the communique that you have come with and the commitments, oh God. We know the work is a lot that is ahead of us, and we just want to pray, Father, may you go before us, may you give us victory as we embark on this journey, Lord, of making extension be effective in supporting our agriculture sector towards achieving food and nutrition security and securing the economy and the livelihoods of our people. Father, we thank you, we bless you, and then we honor you. We are grateful for this facility where we have been meeting, oh God. We thank you for the good services. We thank you for the food, the arrangement of the hall, everything. We pray for your blessing upon this place also, all the workers and the management in the name of Jesus. And now, Lord, as we end our conference, we are about to disperse each to our various places, oh God. I pray that, Father, may you watch over us, grant journey mercies to everyone as they travel, protect us, shield us, Lord, and help us in our endeavors so that we will continue to make progress, each one making their own contribution, Lord, in our own small way, so that together our efforts are going to have impact. We give you praise, we give you glory and honor for all that you've done, all you're doing, and all that we will do. And so, Lord, we are ending this conference with anticipation that next year, Lord, you're going to give us another opportunity to be able to congregate again for a bigger and a better event. We thank you so much. In Jesus' name we pray, believing and trusting. Amen. Amen. So we can end with the words of the grace. And now, may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you very much.
Okay, before you go, yeah, I think we have, before you can start, so you'll be able to guide on the facilitation. Make sure that you line your phone clearly, because you'll be able to get your facilitation through the phone tomorrow. I hope you are fair today. Yeah, but tomorrow you'll be able to get the phone number, not the phone. You put them very clearly, because once you got to it, you always say the back and say, we don't have this number, we don't know who it is. So you use guidance, you feel what you be able to feel, but you expect that for tomorrow. So thank you very much. The tea is served outside here. Then let's take tea. Thank you.
Fresh. Nairobian.